There's a crazy thing in the sky. Get on up, girl, and take a ride. Retro rocket. Retro rocket. There's cosmic rays. Imagine that. So you best be rocking your tinfoil hat. Retro rocket. Retro rocket. Yeah, come on. Retro. Retro rocket. Retro. Retro rocket. Retro rocket. The party's just begun. Here at Area 51, I said jetpacks. You better get some, just like my man George Jetson. Buckle yourself in, my dear. We're moonwalking to the stratosphere. I said goodbye, Daddy Mackles. We're going up and we ain't coming back. Oh, oh, retro rocket. Retro, retro rocket. Retro rocket. Just get on the jetpack. Hey! Retro rocket. Tinfoil hat. Retro rocket. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Retro rocket. Hey!
I'm jealous of where you are, Mr. Olander.
Thank you. Isn't technology wonderful?
Absolutely.
Let's see if we say that at the end of the meeting.
Okay. And my better half is here. Get a drink. Come on.
Well,
Come on.
it doesn't, the background doesn't like me
There we go.
when you do that.
Oh, look at that nice picture.
So I'm just,
Okay, Mr. Mayor, this is John Lee. Apologize for the delay. We had a little slight technical issue, but we are ready to go. So, Mr. Mayor, whenever you are ready, I see that you're on. You can start the meeting.
Good evening. I'd like to apologize to the general public for we had some slight technical difficulty. As you know, this will be the first time that the entire council has done this presentation by Zoom. So we hope that we can get through it with very little difficulty, but we'll just have to wait and see. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Unmute Emmett. Okay.
Okay. The January 12th City Council meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N 2920. City Council chambers will be closed to the public. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March 17, 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address the legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require physical presence of the City Council members or the public for City Council meetings are waived. Oral communications. Anyone wishing to address the City Council, members of the audience are invited to address the City Councils on any items not on the agenda. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussion on any items not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns will be referred to as staff or set for discussion at a later date. If you desire to address the City Council on any item on the agenda, on this agenda, other than a scheduled public hearing item, you may do so at this time or ask to be heard when the agenda item is considered. Comments on public hearings items will be considered when the item is scheduled for discussion. The public comments period is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Mayor, I do believe we need to do roll call.
Okay, would the city clerk please read the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Here.
Councilmember Ebner.
Here.
Councilmember Viana.
Present.
Councilmember Weber.
Here.
Mayor Badar.
Here.
The record will reflect all council members are in attendance.
Thank you. John, do we have any callers?
Okay, to speak during public comments, please use the raise hand feature in your Zoom. If calling from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If you're using an internet device, please use and locate the raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. Once we see your hand raised, we will identify you and ask to speak to public comments.
John,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
you might explain that we are going to have a digital readout on the bottom for the amount of time, please?
Yes, so as you stated, the callers will have 3 minutes for public comments. And when we bring you on, please state your name and the agenda you would like to speak on, and we will get you in. So we are going with the first member, phone number ending in 9752. Go ahead, please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Pete Sluis. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking my call, and I'm from San Dimas. First off, I'd like to welcome our new city manager. I'm assuming he's on the call. I read what the Chico Enterprise glowingly wrote of him, and they concluded how lucky we were to have him and how hard he would be to replace. Welcome. I wanted to call to update the current state of affairs on our Metrolink double track project. When I last spoke, we had received the approval of the Metro Board of $7.5 million in funding for the final design of our double track. Metro committed to looking at all options, including sound walls for our residents, but then COVID hit. Funding for the entire project, estimated at around $160 million, including contingencies, has not been identified, though this project is part of the Metrolink SCORE project. A sound wall is an imperative part of this project for both noise abatement and safety. We've had 2 fatality incidences between the San Dimas Canyon and Walnut Crossing since I've been addressing the city. And with the possibility of a quiet zone without train horns and without a wall, this would actually increase our risks of incidents. San Clemente recently had their quiet zone revoked due to similar safety issues, though they are working on having it reinstated. We don't want to go through that. Also, Metrolink now has plans to increase our train traffic to 70 trains a day, starting at 4:30 or earlier, from the 1 a week in the afternoon when my development was built, which abutted a spur line track, which was not envisioned to ever be converted to a main line. Additionally, note that the in-process Redlands Metrolink extension is already relying heavily on sound walls in quiet zones, and even the less intrusive Metro Light Rail uses sound walls. Lastly, we are not at the mercy of the FRA. We are at the mercy of the FRA, whose 2005 horn rule made it all the worse for us with blanket edicts such as requiring blowing horns at all crossings, even those with loud warning systems already in place, such as we have which would benefit with a sound wall. Finally, I'd like to suggest the funding may be on the horizon. President-elect Biden has put forward Pete Buttigieg as his Department of Transportation Secretary, overseeing an annual budget of $85 billion, quite an increase from the 47 buses he currently is responsible for, and Phil Washington to lead his transportation transition team. Mr. Washington is CEO of the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro, which is the largest operational funder of Metrolink, and his former Chief of Staff, Stephanie Wiggins, is now CEO of Metrolink. I think an iconic rail-friendly Biden and such a stacked team will find the money for Metrolink's Southern California rail expansion, and we should be ready for it, and insist that our sound wall, which Metrolink has apparently been hesitant to do on times, is included. Thanks again for listening.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Amanda, who has the hand raised. Go ahead and please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. Good evening, council members and mayor, as well as anyone from the community watching. I am happy to see more and more residents taking an interest in our city's ins and outs and taking part in our civic duty. I would like to thank the staff at City Hall for working hard to keep up with the needs of our community during this pandemic, when everybody needs to be able to view things a little bit differently than may have been the normal way. And also to be willing to change things up as needed. I'm sure we will hear from others about the waste management issue. This brought up the issue of how we are informing the community of rather important issues that affect us throughout the city. There will be discussion about SB 23 and projects that require surrounding residents to be notified. But I believe the city is beginning to realize that a system needs to be put in place to keep residents updated. From events, large projects like Pioneer Project and the Gold Line, parking, small business opportunities, and so much more. I hope to see the city website and social media better utilized to keep the community informed, as it is essential that a local government make such information easily accessible so that it is not reserved only for the few.
What is password?
On that note, for those that may not have seen the notice or received the door hanger on their residence, there will be a San Dimas Community Food Drive this upcoming Saturday, the 17th, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. You can drive through and drop off whatever non-perishable food items you have available at the San Dimas Masonic Lodge, located on the corner of West 3rd Street and North Monte Vista, which is near San Dimas and Bonita, for those of you not familiar with Old Town. I thank I'm sorry if I don't pronounce this correctly, the Dimas Society, the San Dimas Masonic Lodge, our Rotary Club, the Salvation Army, as well as the co-chairs, our very own Mr. Vienna and Caden Gutierrez. Sorry, I know I'm saying that wrong. My apologies, for continuing to help our community. During this pandemic, we definitely, there's a lot of people that need that assistance, and there's some people that didn't need it before, and it's hard for them to ask. So it's really encouraging to see our community come together and do this. I know I have things in my car already ready to go drop off this Saturday, so I encourage anyone else that has the ability to do so to drive through. They simply, if I'm not wrong, will just open the back of your car and they will take the items, and that's it. So it's COVID safe for those that are concerned with that, and it's a great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Caesar iPhone. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute. I'm sorry, Sean Cesar's iPhone. I apologize. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute, and please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Sean Casares. Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. First, I would like to say Happy New Year to all and welcome back. I mentioned last meeting about the passage of the California Privacy Rights Act of 2020 by the voters. I would like to follow up with the council to urge that residents of the city know what this law entails and the tools at their disposal in protecting their valuable data. That same night, Senator Bill Dodd, in conjunction with Alistair McTaggart, the founder of Californians for Consumer Privacy, conducted a virtual town hall with his constituents. I would like a virtual town hall on Proposition 24, also known as the California Privacy Rights Act, to be organized. Furthermore, I would like to express support for the discussion item, administrative processes of the city's boards, commissions, and committees. I think it's important to have a review of the policies and procedures, as well as make sure that the process of appointment is transparent. As I stated last council meeting, nepotism is a valid concern, and everyone who applies for a position deserves a level playing field. Lastly, if there isn't public comment during the time of the information on establishing a public health department, I read in the report that the city of West Covina was reached out to. May I suggest that if nothing else, we do some kind of joint venture with other cities adjacent to us in the formation of a public health department. Those are just my thoughts. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Mayor, we know we do not have any more callers at this time for public comments.
Mayor, I do have an email that came in from resident Gary Enderley that he requested be read into the record.
All right, Deborah, go ahead and read it in.
I am requesting the following statement be read into the record during the opening oral communications of the City Council meeting of January 12th, 2021. I would like to urge the City Council tonight to take an emergency action in condemning the pro-Trump attack of our democracy by rioters at our U.S. Capitol last Wednesday. I would also request that you close tonight's meeting in honor of Capitol Police Officer Brian D. Sicknick. The vast majority of the men and women of the United States Capitol Police Department, many of these officers were injured while our Capitol was under siege. Our country owes those men and brave men and women officers our sincere gratitude. Respectfully requested by Gary Enderley. That email was provided to the council members, posted on the website, and will be entered into the official record.
Thank you, Mr. Enderley. John, do we have anybody else?
We have one more, Mr. Mayor. Participant named Julie Salazar. Please unmute and state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello. I would like to make a comment on a couple of items on the agenda tonight. I'd like to piggyback off of Gary Enderley's comments and support that comment. But I'd like to also find out what we can do in a resolution form from the city of San Dimas to condemn the actions that happened on the 6th. We have a huge issue in this country right now, and I think we have seen some of the issues at a local level. And I would really like to know where the city councilmen individually stand on the issue. And I'd like to see us work on a proclamation that states the position of the condemnation of the insurgents and the sedition. Also, there's a nepotism issue tonight, and you know that it's been brought up several times about how it seems to be a personal attack on the Ebner family. And I'd like to find out how this started in the first place, because for many years we've had recommendations or people linked to people on the city council, or we've had a married couple that have served. I think they still may be serving on some of the committees. And I'm not sure that this is a benefit to the whole city. I see this more as a personal attack. And I really think that this is going down a road that's something we really don't want to do here in San Dimas, because I want us to be working well together, and I think we should have open communication. And if somebody wants to run for a commission and be active in the city, it's my feeling that maybe the person shouldn't be involved in the actual interview or anything like that, but we shouldn't discount great individuals in the city to be part of city committees. We don't have enough people that are volunteering to do that. So that's my position and my recommendations. I look forward to a response.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, is there anyone else?
There is no more at this time.
All right, let's continue forward. Item 2, presentation and discussion of waste management service change. I'm going to pass this on to our new city manager, Chris Constantine, and also want to welcome him to the city of San Dimas. He's going to find out that he's got a great crew and a great city to work for.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the whole council. It's an honor to be here. I'm extremely humbled to be the new city manager here in San Dimas. I will say that it hasn't started off easy, knowing the issues that are before us. Impact with trash, sewer typically ends up being very significant issues. And so public discussion is definitely beneficial so that the public is aware of what is occurring. And so I started this past Monday, 1 week ago, and the day before I started, I received some positive input from council members about the significance of an issue involving waste management. And since I hadn't moved down here until January 1, I didn't know the significance until I started that following day on Monday. And so trash service and garbage, recycle and green waste are something that are picked up weekly by Waste Management. It has been for quite a number of years. And due to the pandemic, they've been dramatically impacted, just like any other business, including the city of Chico. But as sewer and trash goes, no matter what happens, picking that up is a critical activity that we need to ensure continues. And so in order for Waste Management to continue its operations, it's shifted to we will pick trash up every week and then alternate recycling and green waste. And that's what we're currently seeing. You'll see notices on our website. You would receive, if you're on Code Red, emails and both phone calls or text messages about the service that's occurring in the upcoming days. Our staff work very closely with Waste Management. I have to provide kudos to our staff in Public Works, who work directly with Waste Management and strongly encourage changing their practice. So instead of alternating trash, green waste and recyclables and only having the capacity to fill the can, Waste Management agreed to allow you to add bags on the weeks you're doing recycling to the recycling, and bags of green waste on the weeks that we're doing green waste. So at least from a capacity perspective, if you're carrying that material, you're only delaying 1 week that you're retaining it, but you're still able to toss all of it. That's something that was new because of staff's input. We've asked our representative, Terry Muse, to come before the council so that she can talk about what's happening at Waste Management. They're a valuable partner of ours. Like many of the contracts that we have with a variety of vendors, we really rely on third-party companies to assist us in providing the great quality services to the residents of San Dimas. So she is our expert and is able to tell us what is happening to their organization, why they're making the changes, and what their plans are for the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Terry Muse.
Chris, I have a question first. This is Dennis. Is this going to affect the billing at all? Many constituents have asked about the billing process.
I will defer that question to Terry.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, our primary concern was to ensure that those who relied on a certain capacity of garbage would still be able to do it, albeit in a slightly delayed fashion. That was our first priority. But we're still working with Waste Management to fully understand what changes need to occur based on the impacts of the pandemic.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and community members. My name is Terry Muse, and I am the Waste Management Public Sector Representative for San Dimas. I'm here tonight to give you an update on the biweekly green waste and recycling schedule we have implemented due to COVID-19 staffing shortages, and do my best to answer the questions that were posed to you. I want to sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you. I know it seems like everything has changed since COVID, and the one thing you could set your watch on was that your trash would get picked up just about the same time every week. Please know that this was a last resort measure to ensure that all trash is picked up weekly. I'm hoping when you hear why we had to make this adjustment, you will understand and bear with us through this challenging time. Next slide, please. Since March 2020, when stay-at-home orders and quarantines took effect, there has been a huge increase in the amount of waste residents are disposing. Just think about how much your household trash has increased. I know mine has increased significantly. We're eating at home more and getting takeout like never before, which is generating a huge increase in plastic bags, single-serve containers, and packaging. Our online ordering has skyrocketed, generating more cardboard and packaging materials than ever before. A lot of us, like myself, are working from home and disposing of all the trash that we used to leave at the office in our residential containers. And who would have thought that disposable PPE and sanitizing wipes were things that we would be disposing of in large quantities until now. And finally, since we were stuck at home, we took advantage of the situation to finally clean out our garages and closets or do our deepest spring cleaning ever. Unfortunately, after we did those cleanouts, we found that the thrift stores were not accepting donations and yard sales were not allowed. So many of us threw those items away. Since COVID-19 stay-at-home orders started in March, San Dimas residents have put out 1,200 more bulky items than they did in the same time period in 2019. So everyone did a lot of spring cleaning. All in all, since the pandemic hit, San Dimas residents have generated almost 3 million more pounds of trash than they did the year before. Next slide, please. We have gone to great lengths to ensure we have a COVID-free workforce following all the CDC guidelines. Each employee must complete a health assessment on a mobile app before starting work. If they have tested positive, have symptoms, or have been in close contact with someone who has tested positive within the last 14 days, they cannot come to work. They must quarantine for 10 days or get a doctor's note to return sooner. As you can imagine, it's extremely difficult to manage an operation when any employee who goes out most likely will be gone for almost 2 weeks. We've also reconfigured our entire facility to avoid any opportunity for employees to gather in groups. We sanitize each truck and the entire building each night as an extra precaution. In spite of all these safety precautions, we still fell victim to the Christmas surge that happened all across LA County. Up until Christmas, we were struggling with staffing, but we were able to shift drivers from commercial to residential and borrow drivers from other sites. However, in December, COVID hit all our sites hard, and there were no employees to spare. And every day, the number of employees that are absent changes. One employee may come back from quarantine, and 2 more employees may go out on quarantine. Drivers have shown up to work only to hear from a family member that someone in the house tested positive. So the driver has to leave his route to go on quarantine. It changes day by day, hour by hour. With the amount of trash and bulky items increasing dramatically, our workforce has been stretched to the limits. Our drivers were already working 12 to 13-hour days and giving up vacations to be able to pick up all the extra trash and bulky items generated. When our employees began to actually be affected by COVID, we knew we could no longer pick up all this extra trash with less employees. Just to give you an example of how hard COVID-19 has hit us, in November, we had only 12 absences, but in December, we had 125 absences. Next slide, please. We adopted the biweekly recycling and green waste schedule to keep the city in compliance with state mandates for diversion requirements, along with making sure trash is serviced each week. Also, the biweekly pickup recycling and green waste freed up those drivers to fill in for the open trash routes, so all trash will be picked up without fail, which we've continued to do. Other trash haulers have discontinued bulky item pickups. They're rolling over trash days to other days of the week, or they're mixing trash, recycling, and green waste into one pickup, which means the city does no longer get diversion credit for that. We are not doing any of those things. Your trash service is not affected. We are still picking up all bulky items. We did not reduce the amount of green waste and recycling that you can dispose of. We are just asking you to hold any excess over from week to week in bags or bundles and put it out on the designated week of pickup. Your service levels have not changed. They have remained the same. At the end of the month, we will have picked up all that you have put out for pickup. So I just want to go over the schedule really quickly that you see up on the screen. And as you can see on this schedule, this week was trash and recycling. Next week will be trash and green waste, and so on and so forth. Unless it is totally obvious that the bags on the ground are trash, any extra bags you place next to your cart will be picked up by the recycle or green waste driver. Our recycling facility is working extra hard to sort out all the green waste and recycled bags at the facility. We hope and pray this temporary schedule doesn't go beyond January, because this is not how we normally operate. We take pride in providing excellent service to you, and I hope the 50 years of quality service we have provided San Dimas is not overshadowed by this temporary situation due to a pandemic. People have asked when we go back to normal schedule, and that is all dependent on how this next surge affects us. We are continuing to monitor the staffing situation, and when we have a healthy, stable workforce of at least 90% of our normal number of employees, we can resume weekly pickup of green waste and recycling. We are meeting weekly with city staff to give them an update on our staffing and to resolve any issues that come up. Believe me, we do not want to continue this schedule one day longer than we have to. Next slide, please. As soon as we knew we had to move to a biweekly green waste and recycling pickup, we worked with the city to develop a plan of action to notify the customers of this change. We created a social media post and distributed widely starting on Christmas Eve. We activated our customer service notification system, which is the quickest way for us to reach people. And we did this on Monday, before your service day. And we contacted customers by text, email, or phone. We posted the biweekly schedule on the city and waste management websites. We partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, Bonita Unified School District, and other groups to get the word out about the new schedule. The city also did a code red call to all residents who are signed up for that system to let them know of the change. But finally, we know we need to do better. So we are sending out a postcard shortly to reinforce the weekly customer service notifications. That way you'll know when you receive those calls already what the schedule is going to be. Even with all those communication tools in place, we ran into some major technical difficulties at first. We started hearing that customers were not getting the notifications. And when we researched it, we found out that our customer service notification system had a glitch. Texts and emails were going out fine, but not the phone call option. That has been fixed, and everyone who chooses to be notified by a landline should have received calls by now. Another issue we faced during the first 2 weeks was our customer service call center was over capacity. Most other WM areas were also having to move to a COVID temporary schedule, so our call center was getting calls from everywhere. The capacity of our call center is 8,000 calls at a time. During those 2 weeks, we were receiving 12,000 calls at a time. The system was just overloaded. It was placing people on long holds and in some cases disconnecting them because the system was simply at capacity. And just like everywhere else, our call center also was experiencing a staffing shortage due to COVID. I know this is a major frustration from customers who did not receive the phone notification that tried to call us and were unable to get through, and I sincerely apologize. We promise to do better. Our local San Gabriel Valley team has been working closely with the city to make sure any resident that contacts City Hall has their issue resolved expediently. I want to make sure I let everyone know that there are other ways you can reach customer service than by phone, and that is through our San Dimas specific website, which I'm sorry I should have put on this PowerPoint, but if you want to jot it down, it's home.wm.com/san-dimas. Or you can also email our customer service center at cslosangeles@wm.com. We also have a MyWM app that you can download to manage your account and get service alerts. And finally, I want to please ask that if your phone number or email has changed, contact us so we can update our records. This will ensure that you receive all important service alerts. Last slide, please. Many customers have asked for a refund or credit due to this temporary modified schedule. We can understand why you may think one is due. However, while there may be delays in your recycling and green waste service, there has been no reduction to the amount of material we are collecting or service we are providing. We are still collecting all the material you put out for pickup, including all the extra trash, bulky item, green waste backling bags that you are generating during this pandemic and temporary schedule. We did, Our rates are priced per month and not per service, and include all amenities such as bulky items, extra bag pickup, holiday tree pickup, sharps containers, and used battery pickup. You pay the same monthly rate whether we service you 4 weeks or 5 weeks in a month. All the services included in your monthly rate are still being provided during this time. We understand that you did not receive a price increase in your January bill, which couldn't have been worse timing. This price increase includes a cost of living increase and a recycling processing increase. We are still processing all the recyclables even during this pandemic, so the increase is still warranted. I hope I've answered your questions. Once again, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience we have caused these past few weeks. As you may all know, the County of Los Angeles has 3 times the number of cases than any other jurisdiction in California. And sadly today, it was reported that cases reached over 933,000 with over 12,000 deaths. COVID has shown to be unprejudiced, deadly, and unlike any time most of us have experienced or will experience in our lifetime. We appreciate your patient understanding as we go through these challenging times together. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak with you.
Thank you, Terry. I'll bring it back to the council for any questions prior to going to public comments.
I would like to.
I've got a couple of questions, Terry. This is Eric. So a couple of questions. One of the concerns that I've heard about from residents was that not this week, but last week, I guess, when it was recycling pickup week, there were several blocks that had Christmas trees out for pickup that were missed. Was that on your radar at all? Is there anything that you know about that?
Yes, we were picking the Christmas trees the same week as the green waste. So last week was recycling and not green waste. And we did that because we wanted to still be able to recycle those green waste trees for you. So what we did in terms of the schedule is the first week that we had this schedule, we started off with recycling being serviced because most people generate most of their cardboard and things after Christmas. We started the green waste pickup the following week because most people get rid of their Christmas trees right after New Year's. However, we know that a lot of people got rid of their trees last week, and those we will get picked up the following week. I'm sorry, this week. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then kind of building on that as well, and maybe this is just more to increase awareness in the community than it is a question directed at you. But I got concerns today that recycling, the gray cans hadn't been picked up today. But as the meeting drew closer, I got text messages from people in the community saying, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know the truck just went by the house. They came by super late." So I think maybe if you could shed some light on that, maybe when residents can expect the latest that trucks might be coming by, just so that they have a heads up, they don't take their cans in too soon and then miss the pickup.
You know, that has been a problem that people think that we have missed it because, like I said earlier, most people could set their watch by when we would be coming by. And now we're splitting up routes. So there may be 3 or 4 drivers covering the same route. So that means that they're not going to come by the same time they normally do. So we ask customers to keep their cans out till 6 p.m. That way we can make sure that we get them all picked up. So if it's not picked up by 6 p.m., then there could be an issue and we'd like to hear from you. Otherwise, just please be patient and know that we are doing our best to get by there as early as possible.
Okay. A couple more questions and then I'll be done. I know you put out the information that we can put bags next to our collection bins out there on the curb, and they'll be picked up either with trash or recycling or green waste. Is it possible? I know optically speaking, I don't know that it's the greatest thing in the world to just have bags of trash piled up next to our collection containers, and people actually have let me know that they appreciate the uniform collection containers that Waste Management provides as part of their service. So if somebody were to have a regular trash can from, say, Home Depot or Lowe's or something like that, home improvement store, and were to fill that up with their excess waste, whether it be trash, recyclables, or what have you, and they put that out at the curb, would that be collected as well?
Well, unfortunately, those types of carts that you buy, the typical ones you buy from Home Depot and those places, are usually those round carts that are kind of like the old-fashioned ones. And our truck arm cannot pick those up. It's not, configured to grab that and be able to pick it up. So our drivers would have to empty that manually. And that's usually they're way too heavy for them to be able to lift them up and to be able to empty them. That's why we ask people to just please put it in bags instead. That way they can be able to lift those bags and put them into the truck.
Okay. And then one last thing, and that's that I completely relate to your statement earlier about there being an excess in cardboard. My gosh, I think our deliveries this past couple of weeks have been absolutely through the roof. I'm sure everybody else feels the same way, that, unless you're breaking down each cardboard box to its smallest possible components or cutting it up into little pieces, it fills the dang cart up pretty quickly. So just a suggestion, maybe just to throw an idea out there, some thinking outside of the box type of thing. It popped into my mind just as you were giving your presentation. Would it be possible to maybe consider looking at putting a couple of centralized bins for maybe just bulk cardboard? I know that, in any given couple of days, I could probably fill up one of those carts. So if I had an option that I could just throw them in the back of my car and drive it to a centralized place, maybe put a couple in the city and drop them off throughout the week or what have you, it would certainly help me out. And I don't know if that might lessen the burden on your services having to pick up individual cartons or excess cardboard each pickup week or what have you. Again, just trying to think out of the box and maybe try to help you guys out, help us out, see what you think.
Well, I think that's an excellent idea, one that we hadn't thought of. So we definitely will work with the city staff to see if we could possibly find some locations where we might be able to do that. I think that would greatly, help us. It would help residents to get that up and out and away from their house. So I love that idea. So thank you for sharing that. I will definitely bring that to staff when we meet and we figure out how we can implement that.
All right, thanks. That's all I've got.
I had a couple questions for Terry. This is John. And as you know, Terry, we talked on Tuesday following Christmas because, as everybody else, we had heard about the schedule reductions and people didn't know what was going on. And you were very gracious in taking my call, and we talked, and I invited you to appear, and that's working out. So I really appreciate that. I'm sure others invited you as well, but I appreciate that. So thanks a lot for that. Couple questions. Have these same schedule reductions been in place for your other customers in the area?
Yes, just about every other area, service area and waste management is implementing some sort of a bi-weekly type of a schedule because they're all experiencing the same issues we are with, shortage of staff. So we're not unique. It's not unique to us.
And then the question, somebody, and you heard the question, you addressed it actually on some kind of rate reduction or rebate or, since we just approved the rate increase at our last meeting actually, we realize that there's a lot that goes into that rate. So it's not like it doesn't go by the number of cans you have necessarily. Still, has management, the upper levels of waste management just said, no, we're not going to do any kind of even small, a couple, $3 or something like that for a month or two rate reduction?
Well, at this time, there hasn't been any decision to do any kind of a rate reduction or credit. Based on the fact that, we start picking everything up. We know it's an inconvenience that it's not the same schedule, but we are not telling anybody that we will refuse anything that they put out there. We are picking everything up.
I got that part. The last thing is just about the recycling of cardboard and recyclables that Eric was talking about. Now, you're still letting people have 2 recycling bins, right? So if you have one and you want a separate one now because another one now, is it easy to have it for like a couple months, 3 months, and then give it back, so to speak, because you just don't want that extra recycling bin around?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of people jumped on that idea and wiped us out of recycling carts and green waste carts. So we don't have any extra right now. We're hoping this is not going to last very much longer, so that way we won't have to, worry about that. That's why we're asking for the bags. We normally don't take bags, of recycling outside of their cart, but we are doing that at this point because we know that there's not enough carts to go around, extra carts to go around for everybody. And, hopefully this will resolve itself quickly and you won't be inconvenienced much longer.
I see. So I guess that makes Eric's suggestion of having some locations where people can drop off at least their cardboard. I'm not sure if you want to take all recycling there or what, but you can work that out. But I do like that idea, Eric. So thanks for bringing it up. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
Terry, I just had a question for you. Happy New Year, and thank you for all you've been doing, and I appreciated the communications we had in the weeks that followed, as well as I do want to applaud you guys. I did get emails, phone calls, and texts almost all at the same time, actually. It was almost overwhelming at sometimes. But, the last meeting, I understood and I did voice concern regarding the increase. I understand there was some notice to the city at a greater time that this was forthcoming. I just have to hold true to the people that put me here and just voice their big disappointment with the timing of the increase correlated with the service issues that they're experiencing. So to Councilman Ebner's point and to Eric's point, I do hope that at least, and I understand we're all in this together, the pandemic is what it is. Every essential worker organization is having challenges. But at the same time, I also understand the value or the inconveniences to the residents and how they're experiencing it. Some that are caregivers that I've heard that, are having to completely alter their lives because this was like part of their routine. And now they're really kind of changing things around to meet this adjustment. So I do hope Waste Management does think about that. And as John pointed out, even the slightest support or anything like that would be great. All that being said, again, as I said last meeting, I absolutely acknowledge, and for the people in the community also to see that Waste Management has been a great partner to this city for a very long time. And there are countless things that from the farmers market to the rodeo to all other things that Waste Management supports in our community. So I do appreciate you, but I am responsible to the people, and I do hope you hear their concerns and take those back.
I hear them, definitely.
Mayor, if there are no more comments from council, there was a letter that was received and shared with the council through email, as well as posted on the city's website. It was from the Badillo family in regards to the waste management issues that have been discussed. And at the conclusion of the letter, they did ask for some constructive, responsible answers to be addressed by the city as well as Waste Management. That has been posted on the website and will be entered into the official record.
Terry, this is Dennis. I appreciate the efforts you went through to notify the public, and I hope they continue that way. You may tell your bosses that it might be a good public relations thing to adjust the rate a little bit, though. I think that would be good public relations. But we do appreciate your service, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I will relay everybody's concerns to my upper management. And if Deborah can share that letter, I guess it's posted. I will work with the city to address the Badillo family's questions and resolve their issues.
Thank you, Terry. Prior to us opening it up to the public for public comment, I'd like to ask Chris to go through just a little bit of the process that he's been going through this last week in communications with you, Terry, and the requests that he's making to try to put things together to find out how we best and you best can serve the city of San Dimas. Chris?
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, with any of our vendors, we have a contractual relationship, and that's very important because it specifies the obligations of each party to perform. And in this case, we have a solid waste agreement with Waste Management. We've been under an agreement for a very long time. The current one, I believe, was signed and implemented in 2017. It expires in 2027. It's administered by the Public Works Department. I think Sherry is on the line here, and Lauren from that department, who worked directly with Waste Management as soon as we received notice on Christmas Eve that this was going to occur. Together with the acting city manager at the time, Mr. Brad McKinney, who's also on the phone, coordinated outreach efforts. We utilized our Code Red system to send out the text messages and emails. That's what is causing folks to be bombarded by the notice. And after the first of the year, we made a call to continue making those notices because of the change each week, and we know how busy folks are with work, the pandemic, and family. We wanted to make sure that they were aware that this week they're picking up just trash and green waste, or this week they're picking up trash and recycling. And we're going to continue that until further notice, until we feel that folks have really gotten the message. In terms of our contractual relationship, I take that contract as being very solemn and important in the relationship. And in that agreement, there's a provision that allows for any extraordinary event, such as a pandemic, that may impact services, to allow your vendor to be able to adjust to the circumstances of that disaster or emergency. It's not reasonable to think the world could be blowing up and to think that you must perform exactly how we contemplated in the agreement. This allows for the unusual to happen. Waste Management provided notice to the city. They provided a general notice to a wide variety of cities back on March. The notice was dated March 25th of this last year. And then we received an email update. That notice had referenced that if we change anything, we'll provide you an email on the 24th of December. And so they complied with the requirements to notify us of what was occurring. What we did not receive is very specific details about all the provisions of the agreement that would be subject to these extraordinary events. And so what we did is we formally provided a letter to Waste Management asking for them to clarify section by section and the specific language that's changing and in what way they are changing regarding the pandemic, so that we know clearly what provisions we can enforce and what provisions we can't. Clearly, I don't believe they mean the whole contract is being thrown out, because there's provisions requiring compliance with law, and I suspect Waste Management is not going to violate environmental laws, for example. But we don't know if they are or not, or any of the other provisions that they choose to comply with. So we're waiting, and I think a response is forthcoming. We've gotten notice from Terry about specifically what's going to change, and we will evaluate that internally with staff and determine what next steps we have to ensure that the public gets the services that they're paying for.
Thank you, Chris. John, if you would like to open it up to public comment.
Okay, members of the audience, at this time, please use the hand raise feature. If calling in from a phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. If you're using a computer device, please locate the raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. Mayor, we have one participant at this time. The participant name is Amanda. Please go ahead and unmute. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hey, my name's Amanda. If any residents are here that are on the buzz or next door, they may actually recognize that I had actually posted prior to notification from the city or Waste Management, simply because I heard it from a resident that lived in Laverne. They had posted that they saw that somewhere, and nobody could confirm anything because nobody could get through to Waste Management. It was a holiday. So it was just really up in the air. There was a lot of frantic people trying to figure out what to do with their Christmas stuff. So again, it's just the timing on all of this, which is really unfortunate. Now, that being said, I understand that this is definitely a first world problem. I feel silly feeling upset about it in any way. Our trash is still being picked up. Our waste, our recycle and everything is still being picked up, but it just, it kind of threw all of us for a loop because of the lack of information and the lack of communication. So I think there was a lot of frustration definitely due to that. I'm a little bit concerned in regards to using bags for the excess. One, there's an expense. People have to go out and buy these bags. And if you use the cheap bags, especially for your green waste, they're going to tear. So you have to buy the expensive stuff. And this, again, first world problem, doesn't seem like a big deal, but for those that might be located closer to where we have a lot of scavenger animals or people that are going to open those bags and go through for the recycles, I know in Old Town we've sometimes had that issue. It could cause a really big problem if those bags get torn open and everything ends up all over the ground, because I'm assuming waste management drivers are not going to be picking this all up. So again, it just really does cause a concern. And also there's the excess use of plastic. The whole point of putting things in the bin to recycle is so that you're not using these plastic bags in excess. So as to cut back on the plastics. Again, first world problems, I understand that, but I just wanted to bring that up. Second, I also know there's been a lot of frustration on social media, Nextdoor and Facebook and multiple groups, including on the city website and Mr. Vienna's post. So again, thank you, Mr. Vienna, also for sharing that info for anybody that's not in the groups. In regards to the rate increase, I want to point out that the city council was presented with that information December 18th in that meeting that is available on YouTube. The city actually archived the 2020 meeting agenda packets, which included the presentation. If you could make sure the 2020 archived stuff is up and available for the public, that would be great, because it currently was not as of yesterday. And yeah, I guess that's it. My time's up. But I want to thank Waste Management, and I want to just say I really, really hope that the employees that were quarantining, that they feel better, they have a quick recovery, and thank you. That's it. Thank you so much.
Mayor, we do not have any more members of the audience at this time for this item public comments.
Thank you, John. I'll bring it back to the City Council for any discussion.
Can I ask John a quick technical question? So I'm on Zoom and I do not see the phone number on Zoom. Is that like the phone number to call in with the phone? If somebody wants to do it that way, how do they do it?
Councilmember Ebner, if members of the audience wish to participate in the public comments, please have them dial in the 213 Zoom number and enter in the meeting code, and they'll become a participant to the City Council meeting, and they can state their comments during the appropriate time.
And like, is that number anywhere? So if they aren't in the meeting right now, how do they know that number?
That information is posted on the city's website, as well as on the agenda, page 5.
Page 5 of the agenda. That's what yeah, thanks. That's all.
Thanks, John.
Amanda back on. What would you like to do for Amanda?
No, I just want to indicate there are a lot of people watching this on Channel 3. So if we can somehow put that number up here so they can easily see that as they're watching, rather than trying to use multiple devices. Again, not everybody is super tech savvy. That would be fantastic. I don't know if there's a way to do that. I think that's what John was trying to indicate, is that not everybody's going to be able to flip between devices. And there's a lot of people not in Zoom. They're watching it on their TV. I'm watching the Facebook chat stuff right now. There's a lot of people watching it there. So if you can make it a little bit easier to indicate how they can call in to voice their concerns. I know there's a ton of people upset about this.
Yeah, I expected a lot more calls, so I'm surprised that nobody else wants to talk about it. I mean, that's fine, but I just, not that I know anybody personally who wants to talk right now, but it just seems like there might be I'm just worried about technical difficulties. But yeah, if there's no other people want to talk, let's move on then.
All right, is there any other questions from the council? Hearing no other questions from the council discussion, I believe that city manager has made these contacts with Waste Management, and I think Waste Management is hearing him from what I understand. So I think that I propose that we just go ahead and leave it to Chris to stay on it. He knows how important it is to the council as well as everyone in the community, and that's where we'll move forward unless somebody else has something to say.
Emmett, this is Chris Constantine. I'd like to just clarify because Amanda had asked something about solid waste that may leak out of a bag or be somewhere near the garbage containers. Under the solid waste agreement, Waste Management is obligated to clean up any solid waste around those waste containers, whether they created it or not. And so their obligation is if something accidentally spills out because a bag is thin layered and it's green waste and some has leaked out or garbage is leaked out, it's their obligation to pick that up. And if it's not picked up, to call Waste Management and ask that they come back.
Thank you, Chris. Any further questions? We'll move on to the consent calendar.
If there are no corrections, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor, and I believe we need a voice vote here, Deborah.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Aye.
Councilmember Viana?
Aye.
Councilmember Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Badar?
Aye.
That carries by 5-0 vote.
We'll move on to item 4, public hearing. Public hearing regarding the abandonment and disposition of a portion of parkland, approximately 2,800 square feet within the Horse Thief Canyon Park, and making the necessary findings pursuant to Government Code 38501-38510 per Resolution 2021-02. Give City Manager Chris Constantine, and who will present the report along with staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make some introductory comments before I pass it on to Marco Espinosa, our senior planner. I'm coming into this very much late in the process in terms of parklands and development and projects and opportunities. And I'd like to make clear, I understand this community and this council's desire to protect any and all parklands that we can. And I agree that we should hold our parklands sacred and pristine and in a manner that could be enjoyed by our residents for many years to come. The action before you today is to pass a resolution abandoning a strip of parkland, but I want to make very clear for both the council and for residents what that exactly means. Abandoning parkland does not mean we are obligated to actually sell, transact, or do anything else with that parkland. It is a designation that allows for the city to have flexibility in considering any and all other activities that could be performed with that land. And as your city manager, my commitment to you would be, as we go through this process and consider after a land, if you so choose, to designate it as abandoning, we will ensure if there's an alternative to doing anything that actually impacts that strip of land, that we will explore that alternative to try to protect that land from being used for anything other than being open space and parkland. And so with that, I'll turn over the presentation to Marco Espinosa.
Good evening, Joan. Can we put up the PowerPoint presentation, please? Thank you. Next slide, please. On December 8th, 2020, the City Council adopted Resolution 2020-65, declaring its intent to abandon and dispose of approximately 28,000 square feet of Horse Thief Canyon Park, located at the Toa Slope along the south property line, highlighted in yellow up on the screen. This and also set a public hearing for January 12th today at 2020. Next slide, please. Staff complied with all the posting and publishing requirements mandated by Government Code Section 6063, requiring the posting of the adoption of the Resolution 2020-65 at the subject park site and publication in the newspaper once a week for the 3 consecutive weeks. Next slide, please. When property is purchased for the purpose of using it as park, but never improved for park purposes, it can be sold subject to compliance with the provisions of the Municipal Park Abandonment Law of 1939. This law allows cities to dispose of property that was purchased for park purposes, but never used as such if the council makes the following findings. 1, that the land has not been used used by the public for park purposes, and no consideration has been paid for the land except for by the city. Also, no public funds have been used to improve the park. And lastly, the land is not appropriate, convenient, or necessary for park purposes. Next slide. The City Council can make these required findings for the subject property since it has not been used by the public for park purposes, nor improved as a park for public park. No consideration has been paid for the property except for the city, and the land is not appropriate, convenient, or necessary for park purposes. The subject slope and flat area has never been developed for public use by the city and has not been used by park visitors going to the park for recreational purposes such as sports activities, passive park use, lounging, hiking, or other such park activities. This subject park area is not easily accessible due to its location and topography. The access to a majority of this area is fenced off at the top of the slope, protecting the park goers from falling down the hill or prohibiting one from trying to climb down the steep slope. As mentioned, the park area is at the Toa Slope along the south property line of the park. The only access to this area is along the west property line, where tall grasses are typically covering the grounds, and then down a steep, unimproved slope that leads to the north property line of 299 East Foothill Boulevard, the old equestrian center. Once there's no recreation activities for walking or hiking or to perform other such park activities. Next slide, please. Horse Thief Canyon Park was acquired in 1979. The first phase of development was in 1999, which included a paved access road, parking lot, equestrian facility, riding rinks, and soccer fields. The specified portion of the park land to be considered for abandonment, as seen on the aerial photograph, is from 1974. Next slide, please. This is the same area here, showing the unimproved area in 1994. Next slide. And again, showing the unimproved hillside area in 2004. And above that, you can see the other improvements done in the first phase of the parking lot and riding rink and a portion of the dog park, which was done later. This area, the subject area, is approximately 28,000 square feet, which approximately 11,000 square feet is a flat land and about 17,000 feet is a natural hillside slope. Next slide, please. The main purpose for the abandonment is for a potential sale to an organization for development of affordable housing or open space, or the owner of the adjacent property to the south. No negotiations for price or terms of the potential land has yet occurred. Negotiations can begin after the city completes the advertising of the property as required by the Surplus Land Act. If the city council approves the abandonment, the proposed conditions of approval state that the abandonment will take effect upon closing of the sale of the property after negotiations with the applicant. As part of the process to abandon and dispose of the parkland, the city will also be required to declare the property surplus in compliance with the Surplus Land Act. Staff has also prepared a resolution that is being presented to you tonight, declaring the property surplus. If the City Council adopts this resolution, a notice of availability will be sent out to entities outlined in the Act, mainly entities that provide affordable housing and open space facilities. We also will notify the California Department of Community Development, of Housing and Community Development. These entities must express interest in writing for the property within 60 days of the notice. Should the city receive interest from such entities, the city must negotiate in good faith for a period of up to 90 days to sell the property. If the price and terms cannot be agreed upon within 90 days, then the city can dispose of the site and any other party after giving notice to HCD, which has 30 days to respond to the city and notify the city that the process was conducted lawfully. Next slide, please. With that, staff does recommend that the City Council adopt attached resolution 2021-2, making the necessary findings to abandon approximately 28,000 square feet of parkland within Horsetooth Canyon Park, and also adopt resolution 2021-03, declaring that the real property is surplus land and not necessary for the city's use, and findings that such declaration is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. With that concludes staff's presentation at this time, and I'd like to turn it back to our city manager, Chris Constantine.
Thank you, Marco. And as I mentioned before, what Marco articulated is the legal process to go through an abandonment. It does not mean that we are obligated to actually sell or transact that property, or even if we enter into some type of negotiations with a governmental agency or anybody else, are we forced into having to accept a deal. The council still remains in full control of what happens with that parkland, how does it utilize that parkland to further its priorities, or as to whether just to retain that property as is. And so with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council for any questions prior to going to public hearing.
I guess, Marco, Ryan, just to clarify, this particular staff report and matter is limited specifically to the findings as it relates to the abandonment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I guess just to, because we've talked about this a number of times and the question's been asked and answered, but just for anybody new to it, we are not able to negotiate a price at this point, and we would do that as part of the project as they go through the process with the project, and we would negotiate it at that time. Marco, is that how that works?
Jeff, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but once we send these letters out of notification, nobody else, one of the other agencies submits a proposal. The applicant can also submit a proposal for this property also, and at that time we will negotiate a term and deal, which will also be part of the overall package that will be presented for the development. The deal won't go through unless they comply with all the conditions of approval of the project.
Okay, I understand that better now. So will we know what their offer is early on in the process. So say nobody else wants it and the developer wants it, because that's the whole point here. The developer wants to buy it, make some kind of offer, and then of course the developer will be going through the process and eventually getting to some hearings and all that kind of stuff. Could the council find out what that number is before we get to that public hearing, in case we don't like the number, and to save the developer a lot of time, or to have them negotiate a different number, and not have them go through the entire process until public hearing where we might not like the number?
I'll take this one, Marco. We're giving the developer the option right now whether they would like to start negotiating on the property first, or whether they would like their entitlements to come first. So we're kind of letting the developer drive that decision. But if the council has a different idea, then we can try to do it that way. If you wanted to maybe start negotiating the sale first before the project entitlements came before you.
Well, let me just ask a clarifying question there, Jeff. So are you saying the developer might want to get the entitlements before they even start talking about price?
They may want to do that, but I mean, price could come up when you're having your public hearing about the entitlements.
Okay. All right.
Chris, you have something to say?
Yeah, let me just add some clarity there. And that the first step in the process isn't negotiating with a potential developer for the land. The first step in the process is really to offer the land up to other governmental and other entities that are specified in the government code to determine as to whether they want it, because they get first right of refusal in the purchase of the property. So we could put it out there, and you may find that the sanitation district or somebody has a desire to say, we want it, and then we would negotiate for a definitive period of time in good faith so that we wouldn't be delaying and dragging our feet intentionally. And if we can't come to a mutually beneficial arrangement and agreement, then it opens up for us to negotiate it with the private sphere. The caution I would raise in terms of the chicken and the egg argument, entitlements first, negotiation first, are a developer who proceeds and says, I want to entitle property, and the entitlement includes part of city land, but doesn't have a definitive agreement that they can take that city land, puts us in a position to have to determine whether we can approve that project. Well, I wouldn't recommend approval of a project if we don't know definitively that you're giving that piece of the land. And so if we're going to be negotiating a transaction with the property to further this development, I would recommend that we engage in property negotiations as we would in closed session until such terms and conditions can be determined, and then come back in an open session and offer that for a formal action in public, if that's what the council desires.
Sometimes the argument will be made that the developer has spent a lot of money, and so the developer could choose to go for the entitlements first, just kind of gambling that there might be that argument or sympathy for that argument, and the council and the developer would then think, oh, I'm going to get my entitlements, and then I'll start negotiating the price, and because I already got my entitlements, I'm going to not offer very much. So I just think it should be conveyed to the developer that it's good to start negotiating, because I'm pretty sure that's the only person who's going to want it. But I understand the process and what we're doing tonight, but I'm just giving that thought for negotiations with the developer about everything.
If I may interject there, I had an opportunity to speak with this developer late last night to introduce myself first of all, and to let him know that this item was coming before the council, which staff had already made him aware of that. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my introductory comments to this agenda item, my goal is, there's a potential win-win. And so this sliver of land isn't the only option to consider in terms of a development project if the developer is flexible and the council is flexible in coming to a mutually beneficial agreement. And so what I have indicated internally to the staff, the first premise with a development project like this is, would the city even consider housing on this current land that is zoned light agricultural and open space? And the presumption is yes, they would consider it. And so the next step that goes from there is, would the city consider adding city land to the development to facilitate the development? And so your answer could be yes or no. If the answer is yes, then the project as presented would be a viable project. If the answer is no, you can still meet your first goal of allowing housing by negotiating alternatives that are mutually beneficial to the developer and the city, and still get the outcome of providing the housing. So I think there's many directions we can go, but what we need clarity on is, do we abandon this property, make the findings to allow us to proceed with potential, first offering it to governmental agencies, then entering into negotiations to determine, can we get to a mutually agreeable place? And if we don't, then consider the alternatives to help facilitate the project.
Thanks, Chris.
Any further questions of either Marco or Chris? Hearing none. John, would you please open up the public comment?
Yes. Members of the audience, to speak, please use the raise hand feature for public comments. If calling in from a phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. If using a computer, please locate the raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen.
The call-in number that some people might, if they're watching it on TV or YouTube, may not have handy because they aren't looking at they're just not online with the agenda or whatever. We should probably tell them that. I can mention that it's 213-338-8477. And if I understand it right, if you do it that way, you get to the meeting, you're just not doing video or anything like that, and you press *9 to raise your hand. Is that right, John?
Yes, that is correct, Councilmember Ebner.
If I may add to this, Brad informed me that right now we are televising the phone number and the code on the cable channel, and so they've been receiving it the entire time on this agenda item. I see. But I appreciate that, Mr. Ebner, because we want to make sure, this is a public hearing, that the full weight of those who want to speak have an opportunity to speak.
Great, thanks.
So at this time, if you would like to make the public comment, please select the raised hand. We have one participant. Screen name is Amanda. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
So I just have, again, this is Amanda. So I just have a few general questions. Again, I'm not for or against it. It's a very interesting topic, to see the park abandonment, to see that work out. So that was kind of interesting as a resident to see the city go through that. So thank you to staff and to the city council for, bringing that forward and making this easy for residents to understand as well. So on to my first question. The documents and agreement that I read stated that as of the plan currently, if it goes through, and my understanding is that has not actually gone through yet, but if the plan for the housing goes through, there's 59 mature trees being removed and replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio. Who would be replacing the trees? Where would the trees be placed? Are they simply placed anywhere within city limit? Are you receiving a check from the developer now or once the agreement for the land goes through based on the agreed upon value of the tree? And if that's the case, is the city planting it at a later date? And, what happens if the value of the tree goes up? Are you not going to be doing that? So there's just a lot of questions about that. The only reason I bring this up is because there's a lot of development right now that's going through different projects that are taking up mature trees. On that note, are there any mature oak trees being replaced from that property as well? I think that's important to note because inside of our city, we're very proud of our trees here. It's something that really does make our city stand out, and as well as blend in with our neighbors that are the same kind of mentality. Second, it is stated that the notice of these things is placed in a local paper, which is the Inland Valley Daily Bulletin. How practical is that? Because I'm not sure if anyone within our community actually reads that paper. I realize it's being brought up later in the discussion of SP 23 as well, but I would like to provide a little food for thought. The city seems to be making the minimal effort to inform residents of larger projects like this. Maybe they just think the residents wouldn't be interested in it. I don't know. Are there any better ways to keep residents informed? I hope to hear discussion both from City Council as well as staff in regards to that. I know, again, social media and stuff is going to be brought up during SP 23. I just wanted to bring it up now because it's also important about this. There were people asking on social media what the heck was going on with this project. So I just wanted to bring that up again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. John, anything else?
Mayor, there's no more at this time. There was 2 participants that did raise their hand, but then they put down their hand. We have 1 participant now. Participant named Karen. Please unmute yourself and state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I just have a question. I'm just curious. I know that you stated that the parcel is not improved, but I'm curious as to whether or not it's still being used. I remember my son used to practice soccer on the field, so I was just wondering if there's, if the community is still using the property. That's all. Thank you.
Can I respond? Should I respond to that, or?
Mayor, because this is a formal public hearing, we don't want to get into a back and forth with the speakers, but the staff can respond to questions after all the public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next participant is S. Hunter. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now. It looks like S. Hunter declined.
Any additional?
There is none at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to staff. Marco, would you like to respond to Karen's question?
Yes. May I interject, Mr. Mayor? Could you state that we're closing the public hearing and then turn it back to staff?
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. S. Hunter is back on.
All right.
Okay.
Participant S. Hunter, please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now. S. Hunter, to unmute, press *6.
John, are you able to manually unmute her by chance?
I'm able to send a request to him, but he has to unmute. Okay, he's now unmuted. Go ahead, S. Hunter. Please state your name. Oh, looks like is he here?
Yeah.
S. Hunter, if you can hear us, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Don, do you know that he or she is on by phone as opposed to just in the computer audio via Zoom?
Based on the icons, it looks like S. Hunter is mic only.
mic only. Does that mean he's in the meeting mic only? In like online?
Audio only. So most likely telephone.
Okay, if the telephone, the *6 works, but if it's Zoom, I mean, what I'm doing is pressing the mute icon.
Correct. He's currently unmuted right now as Hunter.
Okay. All right, it's just not working for him.
Hey, John, do we have Mr. Hunter? Or, I'm sorry, S. Hunter?
No. I believe we can proceed. There is no other callers or participants currently at this time.
Thank you, John. We'll close the public hearing, and then we'll ask staff, Marco, if you would like to respond to Karen's question, please.
Sure. So I'll respond to two of the comments that were made. One, first, the soccer fields issue. The soccer fields are not part of the park abandonment. It's actually a piece of strip of land that's further down the slope, south of the soccer fields. So soccer fields are not being touched in any way. The other comment that was made was of the project specifically, which I don't want to get too much into the project because it's not on the item for discussion. But I will make the comment that there is a tree replacement plan. They will replace all the trees that will be removed at a 2-to-1 ratio, if not more. The trees will be distributed throughout the site. So each of the individual property, single-family home properties that will be developed will have trees. They'll have parkway trees and private trees. There will also be trees all along the new trail, along the west property line of the development. So they will be throughout this development if approved.
Marco, this is Chris Constantine. Can you clarify that when a development project comes in, that tree replacement plan is actually diagrammed where those trees specifically go, so that we know that up front when it's analyzed?
Correct. That is true. They will submit as part of the development project, and the public can review that, is the tree removal application plus the proposed landscape plans that will include all the trees and additional planting that will be included as part of that throughout the site. So you can actually see where those trees will be planted, the size of those trees, the species, and the spacing.
And as that project moves forward, what opportunities would the public have to continue to speak on the matter? I suspect this would be a planning commission discussion and then eventually a council action.
Correct. So the public has spoken on the project already. It has gone through the development plan review board where they did review the preliminary plans for the landscape plan there. Comments were also made on the project at the planning commission, which already has happened. This project actually is on its last step, which would be city council. So when we do move forward with the project, it will be at city council unless needed to go back to planning commission because of the new design for the track map. So it might go back to planning commission again for that new design, and the public can speak there again. Notices will be on our city website, and also notices published in the paper, and then notices mailed out to the public within the radius of, I think it's 300 feet for this subject site. Anybody who wishes to be notified personally also of those meetings can send me their email address or their personal address, and we could send them a notice also as part of that.
Thank you.
Notification.
Marco, if you wouldn't mind your email for anyone who may be interested.
Sure. It's M Espinoza, ESPINOZA at sandimasca.gov.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, at this time, I'll bring it back to the City Council for action and discussion.
Oh, Emmett, this is Dennis. May I speak now?
Yes, sir.
I'm very familiar with this park, and if this land was being used, I would oppose this. But this land is completely inaccessible to people, and it is not used by the public at all. And that's why I would favor both of these resolutions. If it was being used for by the public at all, I would oppose it, but it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any further comments? Seeing none or hearing none, I'll open it up for...
Sorry, Emmett, I was on mute. That happens all the time. Yeah, I would just echo what Dennis said, and what I was saying silently was that if we had a lot of it would take a lot of creativity and money to make an access trail to the park, because there is like a trail down there already that was made by people who used it from the stables, even though it was park property. But I don't think we're going to do that. It is a pretty small sliver. It's kind of hidden from the rest of the park. So I would go along with what Dennis said.
Any other comments from the council? I just want to say, is I echo Dennis and John's comments about that particular park area. But I do also want to make sure that everyone knows that I do not want to take a chance that if this project does not go forward for whatever reasons, that I would not be in agreement with selling this off to that developer to make a larger piece of property for himself. So I want to make sure that we understand that with staff and our attorneys, that unless this particular project goes through, that I won't agree to a sale of that property to this developer.
Mr. Mayor, we fully intend to have conditions of approval on the project if it ever gets to the council to make sure that that is the case.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll echo the comments of the mayor, as well as my other colleagues, Councilmember Bertone and Ebner. I'm very familiar with that property. I'm also very familiar with that particular sliver. So, but at the same token, as the mayor said, I'm hopeful if all of this works out, great. But if it does not, as the mayor alluded to, I support his position. So if anyone's not opposed per se, I would make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-02, making the necessary findings pursuant to Government Code 38501 through 38510 to abandon approximately 28,000 square feet of park land within Horse Thief Canyon Park.
I'll second that.
Jeff, let me ask you, Jeff, can we take these separately, or do we take these separately?
You can take them both at the same time if you'd like to.
I'll amend my motion then to also include adopting resolution 2021-03, declaring pursuant to Government Code 54221 that real property owned by the city located at the toe of the slope along the south property line of 299 East Foothill Boulevard, surplus land is surplus land and is not necessary for the city's use, and finding that such declaration is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
And I second that also.
Madam City Clerk, could you take a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Aye.
Councilmember Viana?
Aye.
Councilmember Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Badar?
Yes.
That motion carries by 5-0 vote.
5-0. Thank you. At this time, at the request of the city manager, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and proceed with the agenda.
Mayor, all the council video is up, so you may proceed.
Thank you. We'll move to other business. Item 5A, appointments of a city council ad hoc committee to select artwork for the future Gold Line Bridge. My intent is to give this item to Chris Constantine, who will present right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back in September, about 2 years ago in 2018, the city entered into a settlement agreement with the Gold Line Foothill Construction Authority. And as part of that settlement, there was an agreement to, in the design of the bridge at Bonita and Cataract, to place artworks on the four sides of the edge sides of the bridge next to the roadway. And there's a specific area outlined out, and you can see on the second page of this agenda item exactly where we're talking about. In terms of when that installation needs to occur, the installation needs to occur prior to the activation of operations of the Gold Line, which is, we're looking at more than 3 years from now, approximately 3 years from now. However, in terms of the design, the engineers are requiring us to have the specifications much earlier so they can put that into their design work and be able to proceed with the overall project. So we're looking at a potentially very short window that we have to provide any input. And rather than have staff just make the decision, which we can because we're looking at other artwork that is already out there by artists that have done on other bridges in the city of San Dimas, we wanted to have some public input, specifically public input coming from council as to the short timeline. So we're asking that the council appoint 2 members of the council to advise staff in the areas that they may need that advisement to proceed with those specifications within the next 30 days.
Thank you, Chris. You know what? I'd like to request that John Ebner and Ryan Vienna participate in this. I think they both have a good perspective about what's going on with that bridge. And I believe that Dennis is a part of the construction authority with the COG or something like that. So I think John and Ryan, if you guys have no objection, that's what I'd like to see. And I'll listen to anybody else who has an opinion.
This is Dennis. I think that's a good idea, Emmett.
Yeah, I'm open to it. I look forward to it. Thank you, Emmett. I look forward to working with John if he's so inclined as well.
Definitely. Thank you.
Any problem, Eric? You want to jump in and take one of these guys' spot?
No, I think I'm good.
How about mosquitoes?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank the council for understanding. I think that both these perspectives will work out good, and I know that this bridge is something that's very important to everybody on the council, and so I think in the art piece to it is going to be pretty well. Thank you.
Mayor. Sorry, Mayor, for interrupting. I just wanted to make clear for the record that I believe the intent here is for the council's ad hoc to actually make the selection. So it's not something that's going to come back to the council. Is that right, Mr. City Manager?
I'll turn it over to our staff from planning to be able to specifically articulate what is it, just the specifications, or is it the actual artwork, or is it the actual versions of the artwork themselves? So I'll turn it over to Henry.
Sure. Thank you, Chris. Just to provide a little bit of clarification, right now, what the Gold Line Joint Powers Authority is looking for is kind of engineering of the bridge. So at this point, we're looking at specifications of the type of artwork, so they understand the weight load as well as how to attach this artwork to the bridge. At a future meeting, we can decide on bring back to the city council the artwork. At this point, we're looking at 2 potential possibilities. If everyone's aware, the Grove Station has artwork that's recessed into the building.
That's a sheet metal, and that's done by an artist, and it's lacquered for longevity and weather purposes. Or we can go with a tile. That's similar to the Costco Center. There's some artwork there. So those are kind of two options. So at this point, we're looking for specifications. So we can give that to the Gold Line Authority.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The other item was we should accept public comment, and I think we have someone raising their hand.
I'm sorry. One thing I did want to say before we open it up for public comment is that, as everybody on the council knows, that we did have some community members that were involved in working on an art project for the station, and maybe that's ad hoc committee and the staff might just consult with them to talk about what their theme was during that for the actual station itself.
I also wanted to interrupt here again, Mayor. I'm sorry for interrupting again, but I did remember that we have a council member who lives within 500 feet of this proposed bridge. So Councilmember Ebner should recuse himself from the rest of this discussion. That'd be my advice to him.
Okay, are we saying that he should recuse himself from this, from the art committee, ad hoc committee?
Yes, I'd advise that he should not be one of the council members to serve on the ad hoc, since it is within 500 feet of a property that he owns.
Rats, but that's okay.
I guess I'm probably in then, huh?
I just asked Dennis, but he's not answered.
Eric would be fine with me.
All right, the subcommittee will consist of Eric and Brian. All right, can we open it up to public comment, please?
Okay, members of the audience, to speak during the public comments, please use the raise hand features. If calling in from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If you're using a computer device, please locate raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to make a public comment now, please select the raise hand. Mayor, we currently have 2 participants whose hands are raised.
Okay.
The first participant name is Amanda. Please state your name and for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
It's Amanda again. First off, I really want to say thank you to our city council as well as those involved in the committee that is doing the artwork. I know Mr. Vanna actually brought up a really great idea in reusing some of the railroad stuff in Union with the mural and stuff. So I look forward to the artistic interpretations that he brings to our city. I wanted to also add in, will there be opportunity for the open community to have input or involvement or to see what was chosen, not necessarily maybe weigh in on it, but just to see what is coming. I know that the council is aware that many residents had concerns over some of the major physical changes within our downtown area specifically that seems to be stripping away what was a more traditional aesthetic of our city, namely the Western aesthetic. While most of us are not, opposed to upgrades that make our community safer, I think many people truly did enjoy the Western aesthetic that San Dimas held for a very long time. Then the boardwalk was ripped out for safety reasons and some of the other things that were changing. So I know there was a lot of concern about the bridge years ago when the Gold Line Bridge was being first brought up in person. I actually attended some of those in-person meetings when they were discussing the different bridge designs. I know Mr. Mayor actually brought up some really great designs that were a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to our city. But it does seem that we are going more with the concrete, probably because of monetary reasons, so it makes sense. I would prefer we not get into the same issue that Arcadia had, where it took them forever to get that bridge that went over the freeway, partially because there were disagreements between the city, artistic demands, and Metro, and it was a mess. So I was wondering if there would be an opportunity for the community to see what was being brought forward, just in a way to connect the community to what's going on, because there's a lot of people commenting that they had no idea there was a bridge going there. And then there were people commenting, well, what kind of bridge? And I was actually pulling stuff from the Metro website where it was posted and, sharing that. So if there was a way to involve the community in that, maybe, again, not weighing in on the design itself. I understand that, especially time constraints, but just to keep them involved so that they can see what's going in there too. And that's it. And again, thank you guys so much. I personally look forward to see what you guys bring forward. So again, thank you all.
Thank you. Next participant is Julie S. Please unmute and state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
I have a suggestion. We have, is obvious in the City Hall, San Dimas City Hall, a very active art community, and we have for years through the Festival of Arts. We have local artists that have participated in some of the public projects in the city. And I'd like to see maybe some input or submissions or an opportunity for local artists. Like, I'm not sure how active Richard Myers is any longer, but he did the sculpture outside of the sheriff department, and he's been very active in the art community in the city. Also, Bradford Smith, and some of the other artists that are active in the area and really have a fondness in their heart for our community. So I would hope that maybe the two council members could consider maybe getting some input or offering an opportunity to our local artists for some type of participation in this project, because I think that would really tie the community together. Thank you.
Thank you. John, any further?
Yeah, we have one more participant. Participant Sean C., please unmute, state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Sean Casares. I would just like to mirror the previous two callers about this issue. I think having something grounded in our community and something that the community has a consensus on and what we'd want is a very good notion. I think while we are at the same time going modern, I think there is, unfortunately, I think there is a good in between to merge those two and make a kind of synthesis. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. John, any more?
Mayor, we currently do not see any more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council, but I don't see any reason. We have Ryan Vienna and Eric Weber will be the ad hoc committee, and I'm sure that they heard the speaker's comments, and they'll see as time progresses how this all works out. But I'm sure that the community wants something nice, and we're truly trying to work on the bridge to nowhere, but it is a bridge to somewhere, because it's absolutely going from one side of the county to the other side of the county eventually.
Can I, Mayor, can I just ask a question or two of staff?
Absolutely.
For staff, just a question of clarification. Has the art or the artists, to the point I think Ms. Salazar brought up regarding local artists, if I recall correctly, I think the Foothill Gold Line Construction Authority did in fact have an opening or a publication where they solicited for artists. Has that happened, if I recall correctly?
If they have artists for the station itself. That's what the artwork is so far planned, for the station itself only.
Okay, thank you. So,
and those artists have been selected already, and they have already a design.
Yes.
So everything has been already designed for the station.
okay, all right. So have there been any artists selected specifically for the bridge at this point?
Not that I know of.
Not at the time.
Okay, all right. I guess we can talk more offline, but I would hope hearing the community's input, I think, is important. And if the ad hoc committee meets, maybe we could have a virtual meeting or something like this. If there are folks identified or artists that are interested, that we can figure out a process with staff and include the public. Thank you, Matt.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing what you guys produce.
Emmett, do you mind if I make a clarification here?
Sure.
And so originally this item was going to be a determination by staff because of the short timeline. I need to be very clear about what's being asked of us. It is just the specifications. It's not pick the artist, pick the art, pick the specifications, although we could do that. And so we were utilizing existing art on another bridge where we knew dimensions, we knew weights, we knew that if we provided that to the firm designing the bridge, they could design that art element into the structural design of the bridge so that they get the full calculations of what impacts and weights are on the entire bridge itself. And so we were not going to originally bring it to council because we were only talking about specifications, and that we would have plenty of time if we wanted to engage in either a charrette or other process to try to determine an artist and the type of artwork. That's not to say that the two committee members could decide on just the structural aspects of the artwork. How much weight are we talking about? The depth, is it the 2-inch depth? The type of materials, to come up with the engineering specifications that the gold line needs to know. Okay, we can factor that in. What you put on it and how you design it and the pictorial elements and colors, it can be up to you guys in the future in designing the actual piece that goes on it. So I would ask that if we focus on the specifications now in the next 30 days to give the gold line what they need, we could always come back in a different process and staff can handle that for you to do the actual artwork itself.
Chris, let me ask, if these guys are going to do the specification, wouldn't that require engineering people to have some idea about what kind of weight and the process?
Yes, the artwork that was suggested by staff, since we already know the design work, it's already gone on bridges, I don't believe would be create material sheer impacts on the bridge itself. And so, I think you are more likely to find safety aspects that if we have a 2-inch depression in the wall and we put a piece that's like this, it now becomes a safety hazard to pedestrians and folks that go passing the bridge. So the design elements of the existing artwork on the other bridge it's metallic, it's thin, low profile. We know the specifications. They will not impact the bridge. It's very simple. The engineers just need to add that into the design work for the current bridge they're going to build.
All right, and you're referring to Grove Station, which is right outside my door here, and then the other one being over at Costco, right? Those two art projects?
Correct.
Okay. All right, very well. Thank you.
All right, any further? We'll move on to item B, a review of the administrative process for city boards, commissions, and committees. I'll pass this on back to Chris.
Thank you very much. This is an item that I had been following with the council late last year as I was not an employee of the city. And I wanted to preface comments before I hand it over to our city clerk, Deborah Black, because of the level of importance of the subject matter we're discussing. In the staff report, we're really focused on four areas: training, interaction with the media, nepotism, and appointment process, and number of members on boards, committees, and commissions. This is really a subset of overall council operations that go broader than boards, commissions, and committees. It includes how you agendize, how you interact with staff, how you get information. And so I want to put into context that when you're discussing this matter, focusing on what policy objectives you're trying to accomplish becomes crucial. And so, what I heard in previous council meetings were clearly policy discussions from all council members that were discussing how they felt, what they wanted to accomplish. And so, if you focus on the policy first, then the remaining aspects of how do we codify that in the handbook and our rules becomes a lot easier. And if you codify it in that level of specificity that Deborah had articulated, it provides good clarity to staff in terms of what to expect in terms of operations. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Deborah?
Good evening. Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. The city has an established volunteer program in its boards, commissions, and committees. These advisory groups were established 35 to 52 years ago. There have been many revisions, mergers, and name changes over the years. A commissioner's handbook was created in 1998 and has had 2 revisions since. The last revision was done in 2014. Per City Council direction, draft language surrounding training, interactions with the media, nepotism, and information on the appointment process and number of members on each board, commission, and committee is being brought before council. At the December 8th, 2020 City Council meeting, the City Council discussed the current status of the city's boards, commissions, and committees. During this discussion, a motion was made to bring back draft language and information surrounding the boards, commissions, and committees. The areas discussed and directed by council to bring back included 4 main areas. These areas included training, interaction with the media, nepotism, and looking at the appointment process and the number of members on a board, commission, or committee. Based on the council's discussion and directions, proposed language addressing training, interaction with the media, nepotism, the appointment process, including the number of members on the board's commission committee, was included in the draft board's commission and committee handbook that is attached to the staff report. A summary of each area being discussed and proposed is listed below. Training. The draft language for training is located in Section J on page 13 of the handbook. The draft language states, in order to meet the requirements, in order to meet the requirements of California State Law AB 1234, the City Council and Planning Commissioners, as well as all appointed advisory members of any body of the city that is subject to the provisions of the Brown Act, open meeting law, and who receive stipends or reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses incurred, shall be required to receive no less than 2 hours of training in general ethics principles and ethics law at least once every 2 years, or as frequently as the law may subsequently be amended to provide. Newly appointed advisory members should complete the required ethics training within the first 6 months of appointment. Officials shall submit copies of their certification to the city clerk within 30 days of completion of the curriculum. The City Council and Planning Commissioners, as well as all appointed advisory members of any body of the city, will also be required to participate in training on Robert's Rules of Order and sexual harassment within the first year of appointment. Live training sessions are offered throughout the year, and self-study courses are available online at www.cacities.org. as well as the following, with the directions provided for in this staff report. In addition, other training material and our classes are available through the city clerk's office. If you have any questions whether or not to attend an ethics training session, Robert's Rules of Order, and/or sexual harassment training, please consult with city staff liaison or the city clerk. Interaction with the media.
Hey, Deborah, I have a question about that.
Yes.
Does that mean that do you have to receive a stipend to be required to have those different trainings?
No, that was part of the original direction and process, because the planning commissioner was the only commission at that time that was required to have the training.
Right.
And so this new language is amending that. And so maybe the report wasn't clear enough on that point, but it does not mean that only applies to commissioners who are receiving a stipend. We are now making it a requirement for all of our advisory commissioners and committees.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deborah, I'll just point out I did have the same interpretation as Councilmember Bertone when I read the standard language and then the italic language. So when we get through this, perhaps we could just clarify a little bit the regardless of stipend component.
Understood. Interaction with the media. The draft language for interactions with the media is located in Section 6, Relationships, subsection C, on page 3 of the handbook. The draft language states, representing the city, board members, commissioners, and committee members should always remember their public or private statements, including in the news media or on social media, may be perceived as representing the city or as being made on behalf of the city, or may be perceived as representing official city policy. Board members, commissioners, and committee members should take care not to state or imply their views, expressions of opinion, or other statements are official policies, statement, position, or communication of the city, or represent the views of the city or any city officer or employee, unless specific permission has been given to the board member, commissioner, or committee member by the city council or the city's manager to speak on behalf of the city. Nepotism. The draft language for nepotism is located after the appointment of employees relative rule on page 12 of the handbook. The draft language states, appointment of relatives of city council members or city manager. The relative of a member of the city council or of the city manager shall be appointed to any commission, committee, or, no relative of a member of the city council or city manager shall be appointed to any commission, committee, or board. Relative shall be defined as a council member's or city manager's spouse, sibling, child or stepchild, child's spouse, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, parent, parent-in-law, grandparent, grandchild, spouse's grandparent. Appointment process and number of members on a board, commission, or committee. The current status of our board, commission, and committee is as follows. The Equestrian Commission was approved in 1992 for 5 commissioners and is fully appointed. The Parks and Recreation Committee was approved in 1997 for 7 commissioners and currently has 4 vacancies. There are currently 7 applications on file. The Public Safety Commission was approved in 1998 for 12 commissioners and currently has 3 vacancies. 8 city appointments and one Sheriff's Civilian Advisory Board appointment. There are currently 8 applications on file. This commission has a couple of areas that should be addressed. The structure of this commission should be made up of 10 city council appointees and 2 CAB appointees. There are currently 8 applications. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. There is only 1 CAB appointment at the moment. The position was inadvertently filled with a city appointment several years ago when one of the CAB appointees resigned. It should also be noted an appointment of a body of 12 is not legislatively or administratively efficient for vote counts or decision making. Of the 3 vacancies, only 2 would be city appointments, and 1 from the CAB appointment. Potential options for restructuring of this commission are if the appointment number is lowered to 9, 7 would be city appointments and 2 would be CAB appointments. If the appointment number is lowered to 7, 5 would be city appointments and 2 would be CAB appointments. Staff or council liaison should contact the CAB board to determine if there is an interest in having a second appointment. If possible language for the number of appointments to the boards, commission, and committees, the number of appointments to the board, city board, commission, and committees shall not be less than 5 and no more than 7 or 9. If the council wishes to lower the number of appointments on the commissions, the time frame for when these changes could take place is as follows. Option 1, with 7 appointees, the Equestrian Commission would have no effect. Parks and Recreation Commission would have no effect and there would be no change. Public Safety Commission, there would be an attrition of July 2023 where 5 members would be termed out. The Senior Commission would have an attrition date of July 2021 where 2 of the commissioners would then be termed out. Option 2, for 9 appointees. The Equestrian Commission, there would be no attrition effect with 9 appointees. Parks and Recreation Commission, the same, no attrition effect. Public Safety Commission would have an attrition date of 2023, where again 5 members would be termed out. And the Senior Commission, there would be no attrition effect. It is recommended that the City Council discuss the draft language, provide direction to staff on approving new language, and provide direction on the appointment process and number of members on the boards, commission, and committees. That completes staff report, and myself, the city attorney who wrote some of the language on the report, could answer any questions from council or staff.
And I want to speak to Mr. Vienna's comments. There is a distinction between the training. On the one hand, all advisory bodies will have to take training in the first year for both sexual harassment and Robert's Rules of Order. But the provision, the extra phrase of "and who receives stipends or reimbursements" under the ethics training does not convey the intent of what I think Mr. Vienna was mentioning, that all members of advisory committees should take ethics. And so I would point to that so that the council can clarify what their desire is, because the language is written right now would mean only those who receive a stipend or reimbursement for expenses would be required to take the ethics portion of the training.
Yeah, I'll just clarify. I do believe the was for that to be expanded to all members of our boards and committees.
If that's the desire of the council, if the motion as written is what you want to propose, I recommend you propose the motion with the amendment of the removal of the additional phrase regarding stipends from the ethics training, and that would accomplish what you just mentioned.
Yeah, I seem to recall that was the motion at the last meeting.
All right. Have completed the presentation. Any additional, Deborah? Deborah?
I did not hear all of your comment or statement, Emmett.
Is that the completion of your report?
Yes, it is.
I had a couple questions, Emmett.
Yeah, we're going to move there in just a moment, John.
Okay, sure.
I've lost the visual, I'm sorry. All right, bring it back to the council for discussion and open it up for public hearing or public comments.
Can I ask a couple questions first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I thought that we were going to have some examples of what other cities had done. I know we're looking for the best practices, and so I haven't looked into it myself, so I don't know what other cities do in this regard, in the regards of the various things that we're talking about.
I'll take that one. With respect to the representing the city part of it, I think at the last meeting, I said that there are a number of other cities that do have policies like this, and that I would use those to draft one for San Dimas. So I haven't brought back like verbatim what other cities have in their policy books. I could do that if you wanted, but it is essentially the same as the language that is under representing the city in the staff report here.
Okay. And then as far as the relatives and appointing relatives or having them serve on a commission, committee, or whatever, that's one where, I mean, it really would be helpful to know what other cities are doing. It's okay to just make our own up, but I don't know what other cities are doing.
What is in our staff report also in that area is very common, and is what other cities have in their policies as well. So even before this became a conversation at our city, I have seen this at most cities for the 20 years that I've been doing this.
So are you saying that our language is identical to some other cities' language?
From what I have seen over the years, yes.
Okay.
That the list is identical.
The list, okay. The only, on the list, and I like the idea of expanding the list, but let me see here where that particular part is. I was just interested in just one of them in particular, and that's a spouse's grandparent. What is an example of that? What are we trying to prevent there?
I would imagine the same thing we're trying to prevent with the other.
I just mean like what's like a real life example of a spouse's? Is it a council member's spouse's grandparent, and then the grandparent cannot be on a commission?
That's right. It'd be a council member's spouse's grandparent or the city manager's spouse's grandparent. This rule would prevent them from serving on any city commission, committee, or board.
And John, let me also, I'm sorry, Mr. Councilmember Ebner, let me speak to that a little more. My initial comments when I mentioned focusing on the policy are apropos here. when we talk about best practice, there are things we look at best practice that we think those are extremely good practices and we want to use them. But best practices don't always convey the desires that the governing body, and in this case, us, of what you want to accomplish. And so in the nepotism policy side, you go from the really foundational, government code 1090 violations where I'm making a decision that has a direct financial interest to me, to all the way to where the furthest relations here being a spouse's grandparent. And it really, in my mind, in looking at this, is we as a council have a policy that says we want to ensure X. The highest level of transparency, that decisions that are being made are not being influenced in, you can articulate what that is. And then from there define, well, how many degrees of relations do we believe are sufficient to accomplish that policy objective? Because you'll have the minimum that you could put in there that's under code, and you could grow it to as large as you possibly could want it to. Cousins of the city manager should not serve on a commission. I mean, it really comes down to your desires in this case. And while we can find policies that have a variety of these relations in there, it doesn't really matter except what you are trying to accomplish and how much transparency and objectivity you want to convey through your commissions.
All right. This is Dennis. I would think the entire nepotism thing should be disregarded. There is no problem now with nepotism, and I think we're blowing smoke where there's no fire. And I think it's kind of offensive. I mean, anyone that wants to be a member of a commission has to be approved by the entire city council. And that in itself is some type of regulation to this whole event. And, if you have a son or a daughter or a wife or a cousin or a grandparent that wants to be a member of a commission and they're approved by the city council, I see there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I just for consideration to the council, I would modify that modify what we have. I agree with Dennis. I think disclosure is enough. Disclosure, not disqualification. And so that's what I would suggest. I don't recall a problem that we've ever had in this regard. Chris, you mentioned cousins, and some people are really close to their cousins. And I can think of at least a couple examples here in San Dimas of families who have, strong ties with their cousins. They're just bonded. So, cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, those, if we're going to include a lot of people, in any kind of possible family tie like that, then we should probably include them in the list.
And if I may speak to what you mentioned, there's, again, in the policy framework of thinking about what do you want the policy to state, there's the transparency piece of understanding and knowing the relations and potential conflicts, which you're right, disclosure could be the opportunity to convey that for the council's consideration. Then you also have the level of authority that each commission, board, and committee may have in decision-making and driving policy and driving the activity of staff. And so we could go from a committee that, like the Planning Commission, that has actual statutory authority, whose decisions could be appealable to the council, where that relation becomes that much more important that you want to specify the degrees of separation you want in the relationships, all the way to a committee that the committee only operates at the direction of council and only evaluates and considers the items approved by council for them to consider, in which case the relations really don't matter because the decision making is being driven by the council, and then you have the disclosure. And so it comes back to the policy you're trying to achieve. If the goal is full participation of community members in committees, commissions, and the boards, then the committees and commissions and boards that have the lowest level of decision-making authority or driving policy and operations could have the broadest participation to the planning commission, which would have the most limited in that respect. And so if you think about it in terms of that, you can then start to frame how you want to frame what policy to what commission or board.
I would, so I'll just wrap that up with two things. One's just technical, that the list that's provided in red on that one page is a good list because it's really clear. The part above about the employees relative is a little less clear to me, and however we do it, it should be consistent from one list to the other, just so it makes a little bit more sense to people. That's just one housekeeping issue. But you know, I know where people are going with this and wanting to ensure that our commissioners are accountable, that they're honest, that they aren't there for political reasons, all this kind of thing. Not trying to undermine anything or anybody. Those are all parts of what the commissioners should be, in addition to the enthusiastic and knowledgeable and that kind of thing. So here's what I would recommend, and I'm just going to put it out there, and we can talk about it later when we come to make a decision. But so my recommendation is to extend the disclosure of family relationships to include the mayor and city council, like we are doing. Currently, it applies only to city employees. Add to the list of required disclosure the following family relationships: parent and parent-in-law. I think those are probably, but I'd be open to all the other ones if people wanted to add them. And then disclosure, not disqualification. So you have to disclose your specified family relationship when that's required when you're applying. But on the other hand, the applicant is not disqualified from serving on the commission. And lastly, the mayor or council member to whom the applicant is related, the mayor or council member shall recuse himself or herself from interviewing the applicant or voting on the appointment of the applicant or any other kind of influence on the applicant's behalf. So that's what I would offer as an alternative in this section.
And if I may, before we discuss that, I'd like to have Deborah repeat back to make sure we got all of what you just said.
I have council members recommended extending the disclosure of the city manager and city council. Add to the list parent and parent-in-law. Add disclosure, not disqualification language. And lastly, the mayor or council member shall recuse himself from, and I'm not sure I worded this correctly, from interviewing and or voting on appointments of a relative.
Of the relatives. That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Edna.
We got to close the door back here, but
I just had a question for staff. The language as it relates to the list that was proposed, that mirrors the familial relationships that currently exists within the handbook. Is that accurate?
With the exception of parent and parent-in-law, those are not in the list under D on page 12 for commissioner, relatives of commissioners for some reason. And I added those in because they were missing.
And Mr. Vienna, I will add that because there's such a long list and you break out relative of commissioner and spouse and then define differently the relative under the red added section, there is a distinction here. So a child, stepchild of a spouse does not necessarily comport with the same in the red language, because the red language defines a relative shall be defined as a city council member or city managers. This is the list. So my child or my stepchild would be disqualified, but in the language above, my wife's child that I'm not related to would be disqualified. So the list above as it exists is broader in some respects than the list that's now being added below.
It just is a matter of maybe housekeeping or maybe oversight. It seems peculiar that the relative of a spouse, parent, or step-parent is outlined above, but it's not outlined as it relates to the direct familial relationship with a commissioner. So I don't know if when we're going through this, that might be a housekeeping issue to make consistent. Can't hear you.
Yes. Any comments?
Yeah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Deborah, I didn't hear what you said.
I said yes to the request for the housekeeping issue on that.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say? I'll have some comments after we do the public hearing.
If we're, so I thought people would say a little bit more right now, but I'll give another alternative, and that's to the, what I call checking with staff before making public statements, or whatever that's headed in the staff report. I don't have that page open right this second. And I have a lot of comments to make, but the main thing is that I'm trying to think of what the problem is here that we're trying to resolve. And again, without any examples of other cities who are doing this kind of, get permission before talking kind of a policy, I'm hesitant to go down that road. And again, there may be cities who do it, but I will make further comments later on, but I'll just jump to what I would like to have as alternative language. So I appreciate the work that was done. But in looking at the wording that is given, and again, I think there probably should be some kind of section on this, but the first paragraph, it should always remember that their public or private statements, et cetera, may be perceived as representing the city or as being made on behalf of the city. I would turn that around and make this statement a little more encouraging of good behavior, as opposed to, we want to make sure you don't do something bad. And so what I would say, and I would insert, especially when you're talking to them in some kind of orientation or whatever, and it could have to be general. And this is just came off the top of my head today, so this can be massaged a little bit. But I'd rather emphasize what we expect of a commissioner, something like to this effect. And I just use public safety commissioner as an example. As a public safety commissioner, you represent the city of San Dimas and hold a position of influence and trust. Let this be reflected in your interactions with the public and in what you say to the press, in an interview, and on social media. Be open, honest, and truthful, and keep in mind that some matters are confidential by law. I probably wrap it up with something else. Just the idea being that we're glad to have you here. We want you to be out in the community talking about the city and what you do. If you get questions about what's the Equestrian Commission doing these days, or what do you know about the restrictions on architecture and the town core guidelines, instead of having to run to City Hall and make a phone call and say, can I talk to this guy that I just met on the sidewalk while I'm taking my dogs for a walk, and tell him what the policy is? because that's what the wording says. It says if you want to tell somebody what the policy is, you've got to get permission to do that. And I just think that is an artificial restriction, not to mention just a restriction on speech, but it's an artificial way of having a conversation and getting people involved in the city. Chris, one of the things that impressed me about him was that when he came down here, he was out in the community looking around, actually talked to people. I think people appreciate that. And so I just don't think we have a lot to worry about. I haven't seen a problem. I'd like to have an example of a problem that has occurred in this realm, because I just do not know of one in all my time on the city council. So,
John, I think
I'd rather have something encouraging responsible behavior as opposed to being suspicious and we better watch out what we say kind of thing.
John, I think what you want to do is that, this includes city council people also, is that you don't want to say you're speaking for the city when you're not speaking for the city. To describe the city policy is okay if it's really the city policy.
I'm on board with what John is saying in that regard, that the language could be softened up a bit, I think, and it would be just fine. I agree with Dennis. A policy is a policy, and policy manuals are there and generally public. So I could see where that existing verbiage may read in a way that would theoretically prevent somebody, in I think John's example that he offered up was talking to somebody on the sidewalk about a particular city policy. And I don't know that that's kind of the intent. The only thing that I again agree with the softer language in that regard. The only thing I might add is that the city staff is always available for clarifying questions, if somehow conveying that we want the correct information to be disseminated. So however we want to put that in there, they are welcome to include opinions on their own. But if you're going to say, the city of San Dimas said this, I would, encourage them to seek out the advice of staff in that type of regard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you could do something like that. If you're unsure, check with staff about the facts or the policy details, something like that.
Or maybe even just, highlighting that, getting the details of certain things are important to the community, and specifically highlight the need for accuracy.
Councilor, to those requests or statements, I would ask, or I wonder, with that language, along with that, could there be something that addresses what happens if that is not followed or adhered to? Because there are things that we have put into place stipulating how something should be done, said, or written, and when it has not been followed, we have not had any measures to go back and to address that. One of the things, especially with commissions, is the attendance policy. Over the years, that has not, what we've put into place has not really been held up or applied when we've had issues with attendance with the commissions. So if we're going to use that type of language that's suggested, maybe we can also work on something that addresses what happens if that that idea is violated or isn't followed, per council's direction.
Well, maybe we could have a statement at the end of the entire handbook saying that, and again, just off the top of my head, I don't have anything specific to offer, but, your position on the commission, board, or committee is important to us. It's, we expect you to adhere to the policies, something like that. And, the city council has always been very hesitant to remove people from a commission or a committee or anything. We may have only done it that one time when we disbanded the planning commission and then just, got new members. So it was the same kind of thing when we broke the band up in the old days, and me and the other guy just got 3 new members and we're a new band. But anyway, so something like that at the end. I don't think we have to have a consequence following every paragraph, because this is all in a paragraph of relationships. But Deborah, with attendance and everything else, yeah, some of that stuff should really have we should be willing to go ahead and, warn people or tell people you gotta attend the meetings, or, when to replace you.
Question for Jeff on that topic that Deborah was just talking about. Just for clarification, I'm assuming these positions are, completely at will, and none of the appointees have any, entitlement to the position. So at any point they are subject, to be removed from the commission. Maybe just a blurb, but if that's the case, maybe just a blurb at the end of the manual saying that this position is at will, and any violations of these policies, and you may be subject to removal from the commissioner committee.
By a majority of the council, yes, we can put language in like that.
If I may interject, back on page 11 of the document already includes language that it states as follows: members of an advisory body serve at the pleasure of the city council and may be removed from their appointment at the council's sole discretion. And so I would, to that point, I think we would be very reticent to desire to take a commissioner off. Typically what would happen would be the staff interactions, the behavior, the activities, the rules that apply as it relates to hostile work environment. All those still have an interplay in the commissions. And so if staff found that a commissioner was being detrimental to the progress of the commission or committee, it'd be a discussion we'd be bringing to the council in some fashion, and it would be the council deciding what course of action to take. And I've experienced this in one other case in a previous city where an actual investigation needed to be triggered. It became a closed session discussion, and the recourse came in public.
All right, is anyone else, or can we move on to public comments? Anybody? John, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have a couple. Members of the audience, please use the raise hand feature for public comments. If calling in from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If you're using a computer, please locate the raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to make a public comment now, please select the raised hand feature. Gary Enderley, who's having technical difficulties, informed me that he would like to speak on this matter. And go ahead, Gary Enderley, please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, this is Gary Enderley. I appreciate the opportunity to talk right now. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. A couple points to start off with. I did contact a number of the city clerk's offices in the area, City of Glendora, Laverne, West Covina, Azusa, Covina, Pomona, and Montclair. And None of them have any restrictions as far as family members being on commissions other than the planning commission because they do get a stipend. I might also point out what's happening in our capital as far as our president and the number of people that he has family members of may or may not like that, but again, it's something that is being done. To me, it's all about community engagement. If a member of the community wants to volunteer for a commission, they should be given that opportunity. They should not be disqualified just because they are a family member or a council member. It is not as if these commissions have great power over city decisions. Any major recommendations that come from a commissioner has to be approved by the council. Commissioners also have to be appointed by the council. I'm more concerned about a council member's base pushing through a council member's agenda. With that said, if the council feels that there is an issue, may I make the following recommendation: that only one family member of a council member be allowed on a commission at the same time. This would prevent any stacking of commissions by a council member. Also, that all commissioners are instructed that when speaking about a commission, that they state they are not speaking on behalf of the commission. That's basically all they have to say when they're talking about something, and get around any possibility of interpretation that they're speaking on behalf of the city. So those are my only two comments. I hope you'll give it some consideration, and thank you.
Thank you. John?
Next we have Amanda. Go ahead and please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I would like to start off by stating that having a training opportunity for all of the commissioners and volunteers taking place in the city, including the re-elected officials that may have already done training in the past, is a fabulous idea. Should definitely be done, because it's good just to rehash that, especially considering a lot of commissioners have day jobs, so they might, forget or something. So it's good to have that opportunity. I also agree about having clear media guideline in regards to everybody that works with the city, especially considering currently you do not have a current media publicist, or whatever the title of that is. In regards to nepotism, I just want to say a few words. I know there's been a lot of back and forth, so I'm not going to use fighting words in regards to this. Staff is not clarifying what our other neighboring cities' wording is in regards to this specific topic. Mr. Mayor, you clearly stated that you'd like to look at other local city government to determine kind of what steps to take to, just make sure that there's a reason to go there. As Mr. Bertone had mentioned, it's like creating smoke where there's no fire. I understand the concern over having council members, family members serving on a volunteer-based committee that the relative is assigned to. So as a council member, so I get that. But to completely bar them from any committee, including committees that council member that they're related to is not associated with, seems a bit much. So again, this seems to be a move to discourage people in our community from taking part in civic opportunities, something that is already lacking according to the last meeting, where the equestrian and now our Parks and Rec committees are really lacking people on the committees themselves. So I would like to ask that whether donors to the council members or the city officials will also be included in that list, since they themselves actually would also benefit from the nepotism definition there. It's not just relatives. I just want to point that out. Nepotism also includes anybody that would benefit from a relationship with said person. So technically, if you were to continue this as it was originally worded, and I'm happy to see that is kind of shifting a little bit, I think that donors or anybody that is maybe associated with that person, maybe they should also be included. If they put a lot of money behind the council members, then it makes sense that they would have something maybe to benefit in gaining a seat on a commission by donating to the council member. Right now, that's all I have to say. I'm definitely in support of limiting somewhat, but that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John?
Next, we have Julie S. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Julie, and I touched on this a little bit when the meeting started. And I was a commissioner in the past for back then it was Parks and Human Services. And I've never, ever seen an issue in the city with any of the organizations that I've been involved in, with board members, their siblings. If we would have had this in the past, actually one of our city managers would have had to fire his wife, who wasn't his wife when they were originally in City Hall together. We've had married people on different commissions. We've never had an issue before. This is not an issue now. It's never been an issue before. I can't see that it's going to be a big issue in the future. If you have one person on a commission and you keep the numbers high enough, that one person is not going to be that influential in the decision making of a commission. And then you have checks and balances, and then you have an ethics manual, and then you have guidelines set, and then you have training. I mean, you have enough checks and balances in place. I can't imagine why we're spending this much time doing this, except for the fact that there is a personal issue here. It's very unprofessional. It's very unpatriotic in the fact that in this community, we've always worked well together. We've always encouraged people to be part of the community. We are one of the most successful volunteer organizations, cities in the country. There has never been an issue encouraging and inviting family members or friends to be involved in any activity in the city. And I don't want to see that start now. There is no reason for it. It's discouraging. I'm not sure what kind of mind thinks this way, but I don't feel that it's a healthy thing for the city. It's not good for the city as a whole. And I'm just sorry that we're spending this much time doing it. I think we need to have specific language. I think there needs to be, again, checks and balances in place. And I actually just wish that we could just stop, being so divisive in things and start being more encouraging and positive, and that would be reflected in the language of everything we put out through the city. This is just getting to be petty and unnecessary, and I really want this to be rectified quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John. Next, we have Karen. Please.
Hi, yes, I would like to repeat what the city manager asked, which is what is the intent of this policy? What are we trying to accomplish? I agree with both Dennis Bertone and also the alternatives that John Ebner suggested. Disclosure is enough. Being a relative should not be a disqualification for working on committees in this city. I've lived here for almost 30 years, and I've never seen a problem with it. This is so extreme. We are a small city. Limiting relatives' abilities to join committees may very well keep us from having dedicated, enthusiastic, and talented people from serving our city. I see no problem of having a relative of a board member serving on committees. They should go through the interviewing process just like anyone else with their relative not involved in the interview process. I have greater concerns about people who might have financial interests in our city, like realtors or developers, business owners, those who donate to the election of council members, etc. People who have an agenda. As both council members Ebner and Bertone stated, there has never been a problem that has arisen from this issue. I would also suggest that our new city manager engage in a deeper discussion with the council members to gain a deeper understanding of the motivation behind Mr. Vienna's pushing this issue. I think it's important to really understand that this is not about a general issue. It's about specific people he's trying to keep off of committees. That's all I have to say, and I really hope that this council makes the right decision for our city. Don't limit the people who can make this place a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have trustee resident. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
This is Sean Cazares. Like I mentioned earlier about my support for this review of the. Go ahead, SD resident.
Okay, I fully support what Julie and Karen just said. Disclosure is enough, and I'm calling to comment on your proposal to change your commission and committee policies as a result of an application to the Parks and Recreation Commission. The Parks and Recreation Commission has no level of power or authority. They are not a quasi-judicial body. There are rarely any action items on their agenda. Making these changes seems like an attempt to create a politicized system using the coming districts as an excuse. In doing so, you could have bigger issues than nepotism. You will have a system with commissioners and committee members beholden to the council members who appoint them and who can remove them with just one vote, not a majority vote. There could be problems with the appointment of a non-relative that's related or invested with the controversy, such as a campaign donor, developer, etc. This could especially be a problem on the Planning Commission since it is a quasi-judicial body. As Councilman Bertone said, this really feels like a solution that is being created for a problem that doesn't exist in our small town of San Dimas. The Ebners are not interested in building a dynasty. They are truly committed and interested in public service, which comes with much sacrifice. This will limit public participation and discourage young, talented, smart residents from being able to sit on a commission. I also agree with not limiting commissioners talking to the press because it's not a problem that really exists, and it limits freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sean C. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
This is Sean.
Did Sean speak on this issue earlier?
No, he did not.
Okay, this is Sean. Like I mentioned, this review of processes of our city's boards and commissions and committees, I think this is necessary to reorient everyone in the community, but also our commissioners in the guidelines of these APs. I would like to address a claim that is unfounded, that this concern of nepotism is an attack on a council member. The fact of the matter is corruption is real and something I've seen personally on a very basic level while attending college with the student government there. The Good Boys Club was very much present and a lot of backhanded activities happened. I also brought up the fact that not far from here, there is the infamous corridor of corruption near the Montebello area and further west, where Tom and Ron Calderon were indicted on federal charges of mail fraud and money laundering. I made it clear that it wasn't accusing said council member of being corrupt, quite the opposite. I think for a level playing field, residents deserve the chance to participate with the awareness that their merits alone constitute grounds for them being qualified for the appointed commissioner position, rather than being related to a certain family member on the council. I believe in some restrictions, like Amanda had mentioned, but also that familial and donation should be disclosed but not cause for disqualification. I believe that correct information to be provided to the community that is factual, but that also respects First Amendment protection. Also, I support not reducing the number of commission appointees. There are a lot of people who have filed for each commission, and I believe we shouldn't reduce that number. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Next, we have Patrick J. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Patrick Jones. On an off note, I love the Zoom format. We can actually see what's going on. I do think that if somebody is willing to call in, they really should, instead of just say they're a San Dimas resident, that they really should say their name if they're trying to put their 2 cents in. I believe that nepotism should be dealt with. I don't think the excuse of that we haven't had a problem is the reason why you make rules or guidance. You're trying to make rules and guidance so that you don't have a problem. There are cities that have had a problem with nepotism, very local cities. It does exist. If I were on a commission where a city councilman and one of their family members was on the same commission, I would probably be concerned about what I said or when I said it or how I said it. So there's a lot of things that can happen in a city. If somebody wants to volunteer, there's things to do without doing it on a commission that your father-in-law is part of. So I do think that this policy needs to be dealt with and protected, because it's not what we're doing tonight. The problem is that the public looking in on a commission a year down the road goes, why is their family involved? And is it one family member, 2, 5? How many family members can you have on one commission? On another note, specifically about Parks and Recreation, why did we have 4 that left all at one time? You had a chairman on that board who'd been on that board for a long time, and all of a sudden he leaves, and there hasn't been any discussion about that. And I think there's something else involved in all of this that we're not being told about. Anyway, thank you for the talk. Have a great day.
Next, we have Isabel. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, everybody. This is Isabel Ebener. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. First, I just wanted to say I agree with my neighbor, Patrick Jones, that the Zoom format is working out really well. I can see all your faces and hear everyone clearly, so that's great. I also wanted to say that Mr. Enderly, who called at the beginning, said pretty much everything that I wanted to say, but I just wanted to reiterate those comments for the record. I, too, called around to a few local cities. I didn't call as many cities as Mr. Enderly did. He did more homework than I did. But I would like to note for the record that both Glendora and Laverne have no such policies prohibiting family members being involved in city boards, commissions, and committees. And the city of Claremont only prohibits members who live in the same household as a council member from serving on boards, commissions, and committees. So I share this information with you all because I know that oftentimes when the city makes a decision like this, for example, with grading or, I don't know, ADUs, the council likes to look and see and compare what neighboring comparable cities are doing. And so I just would like the city council to consider what our immediate neighbors are doing in regards to their policy with family members' involvement in public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that is all that we have at this time.
All right, as there's no more at this time, I'll bring it back to the council for action and or discussion.
Can I request we take each section separately when we vote?
Well, with that being said, I'll go ahead and make some comments. All right, John?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. First off, picture, so.
There you go.
Thanks. All right, you know, I've listened to a lot, I've read a lot, I've listened a lot, and you know, when I reach back and I start thinking about some of the comments that have been made, and so not only from the, you know, our attorney, from our city city clerk, and from our new city manager, I believe this discussion is much bigger than it is right now. I believe there's a lot of things that need to be talked, and it could be, what are the best practices that we are doing? And I think it should be looped into an entire different kind of forum. A study session, you know, that needs to be set down and we talk about each one of these things, as well as things like how do we assign an agenda item? How does a commissioner or a council member get something onto the agenda? You know, we've done it 2 or 3 different ways. There's been confusion. There seems to be a lacking of best practices, and where do we really want? What do we expect our commissions to do? You know, as we all know, they do not have the ability to function on their own. They have the ability to make recommendations to us, and what do we expect from them? Now we've entered this thing with what's the commission's doing? What is their role? What can they say? How can they say it? How many people are involved in it? How many people are on the current council or current commission? And I just think we need to look forward to a bigger, sturdier conversation. So what I personally would recommend, after I've mentioned it to the city attorney, or I want to mention it to the city attorney, and Jeff, you could answer this question. Our Parks and Recreation Commission has 3 members today. Is that anything that prevents them from meeting? I realize it prevents them from taking an action, but they can meet and talk. Is that not right?
As long as 3 is not a majority of the board, they can meet and talk, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to recommend, I make a motion that we suspend this and make a motion to have the city manager put together a study session, not to be pushed out any longer than 90 days. And then we get together and talk about best practices. Let him have an opportunity to let him have an opportunity to reach out and with his staff and figure out what are the best ways and where are we going with all of this. It just it'll cover everything. It'll cover new policies that we're lacking for in on all of these issues, and as far as the staff is concerned, you know, and like I said, back to the agenda items. You know, if something's lacking, let's figure it out so we can move forward without having all of this discussion back and forth. Because I've heard it, I understand. I've listened to some of the public's comments, and it just comes down to we are lacking in basic practices, you know, good practices. So I'm going to recommend, you know, we take a 90-day suspension of this, have Chris, you know, put together a study session, which is open to the public. It'll be the same type of deal, but we'll only be talking about these issues and not sitting and taking up the council's, you know, time when they got, you know, some other issues that need to be handled. Okay, this is very important. I think that we're kind of shoestringing it. That's my opinion.
I'll pipe up a little bit. At first blush, I'm not a huge fan of kicking the can down the road. However, I just wanted to point out a couple things. Until this discussion was had, it was perfectly permissible for a family member to be appointed to the city's planning commission and receive a paid stipend. Until this discussion, it was perfectly possible for a council member to interview a family member to sit onto a commission. Until this discussion, there wasn't any language, and I'm even open to the language that Council Member Ebner has discussed as it relates to interactions with media and members of the public that otherwise was outlined in a way that put some parameters. And there was not language that addressed specificity and training, as well as commission size, functionality, and governance. So after hearing the public comments, after hearing some of the comments of my colleagues, I do agree with the mayor that I think there is a more substantial discussion to be had regarding this matter, and therefore I will second the mayor's motion to table this for 90 days to a study session wherein the council can have a more comprehensive, intimate discussion as it relates to this, as well as a broader discussion about the purpose and the authority and the mission of our commissions. I think there's a real discussion that needs to be had there. Lastly, I'll just point, the city of Brea in 2018 adopted an ordinance specifically related to nepotism, 2.16.050, for anyone that's interested in looking at a local city nearby that has this ordinance. Thank you.
You know, I just have a couple questions. One is about the quorum and meeting. So I'm reading here in the handbook, and maybe it's a little unclear, so maybe you can interpret it, Deborah or Jeff. A quorum consists of a majority of the members of the commission in attendance at a meeting. So I'm trying to think of what that actually means. Is it a majority of all the members that exist on the commission?
Yeah, it's.
Or is it a quorum of all the positions on the commission?
The way I interpret it is a quorum of the number of seats. So there's 9 seats, you have to have 5 people there.
Okay, it's the number of seats. And to Ryan's point and Emmett's, there are a lot of things that can be cleaned up and clarified like that. So adopting these various changes, I mean, it might be an improvement in some cases, but you do want to get it right. And there are other things. I mean, I was highlighting, which I won't bring up now, highlighting other things that need to be changed just because we don't even have certain positions in the city anymore, but they're in the handbook. But that being said, the Parks and Recreation Commission, as an example, cannot function right now because it actually has 3 members, I guess, and 4 vacancies. So if we're not going to be modifying the document for another 60, 90 days, can we at least interview some people and get some folks on that commission so they can do business? For one thing, we're right in the middle or right about to start the budget process, and the Parks and Recreation Commission, like a lot of people in the city and like other commissions too, has some, they like to hear about things and then make recommendations. Oftentimes the director will come and say, hey, here's these 5 projects we're thinking about. What do you think, Parks and Recreation Commission? And, it just helps to have that input. So is there a way we can do that? And I'd be willing to put at least a temporary thing in there that maybe everybody can support, and that's that in this case, because it's Isabel who is applying, and I don't mind people being straight with people on what it is, I won't interview Isabel and I won't vote on her confirmation. And, it would be up to, and I'm not sure how far we should go with this, because I definitely want to be part of the process of interviewing people, because I think over the years, the mayor and I have, that commission has had stellar members. I'm not putting, saying any other commissions haven't, but we've done a good job of getting good commissioners, and they're nonpartisan. They're hard workers for the most part. But I just want a way of getting that commission back on its feet, so we can have some meetings and give the input that commission is supposed to be giving.
I'll just weigh in on one particular thing. I know we're talking about a few different things, whether we're going to push this down the road or not. One of the things that John brought up was not interviewing, going forward with the interviews, not interviewing the person with a familiar relationship who's applying to that particular commission. But one of the callers that brought up something, and this is what kind of resonates with me. And the thing that they highlighted was that somebody shouldn't go through the interview process with a relative being involved in that interview process. And the sticking point that I have with just recusing yourself from an interview of one particular candidate is that they're still involved in the interview process. So, an overarching belief of mine would be that you either recuse yourself from all of the interviews and let two other council members make those selections and bring them back to council, or something that I've thought long and hard about is just not allowing, and this goes further into the discussion that we may have later if we're going to postpone this, but not have that relative on the commission that the council member is serving on. So that's the only sticking point that I have with just recusing yourself, is that inextricably you are involved in the interview process, whether it's with other candidates or with the relative themselves. So that's the only thing I'd offer up.
And I would just to kind of comment on that from a purely policy perspective, although this isn't some contrary to what some others think. To me, this is a policy issue. It's not a personal issue. I'm not really comfortable in having you recuse yourself, although I appreciate the gesture. But from a policy lens, I think we need to address this policy issue. It wouldn't matter whether it was, my wife or my parents or whoever. I think we need to answer the policy questions as a whole collectively so we can go forward, because it very well may be that the council in the end decides, perhaps there is leeway for this or accommodation in some fashion, or maybe there isn't. But I don't think it's, I hear what you're saying about trying to get the ball rolling with the commission. But on the flip side, I think if I understand what the city attorney was saying, is nothing precludes them from meeting and even submitting comments to their liaison or to the staff to be brought to council. It's just they're not going to be quorumed for the purposes of a publicly noticed meeting to officially conduct recorded city business. Am I getting that right, Jeff?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so here's I'll offer up another compromise. So I think we've all got to give a little here. So here's a recommendation or a suggestion. What if we interview, or we interview people, and we select 2 for the Parks and Recreation Commission, so they can do business in a normal way. I will not be involved with those interviews at all. Then, to your point, Ryan, we'll figure out what we're doing generally when we get down to that meeting that Emma's talking about, and that would be great, because maybe we need to talk about it some more and think about it some more, whatever. But let's get 2 members on that commission so it can function, so it's not hobbled. They were really rolling along with a full head of steam, and it wasn't just COVID that stopped them. They were rolling along with COVID. And and now they can't really do the kinds of things that a commission does. So let's, and Mayor, you would be in the interview process anyway. Why don't you pick one other person on the council, interview the candidates, pick two, and get them on the commission. You're on mute, Emmett.
John, I haven't forgot you yet. Just a minute.
I know, no problem.
John, you're there.
All right, John, I heard you. I understand what you're asking for, but I also understand that you can meet. I'm not sure what you think the commission is going to present at this time. Okay, I don't want to do this, but I've made a motion. I'm willing to try to compromise to figure out something to do, but if we can't get to where we're actually going to resolve something without a more conversation, I'll just say bring it and just bring the vote up and we'll vote, and then I'll live with whatever the vote is. And if I'm on the prevailing side, I will tell you that I'm going to bring it back up in 6 months.
I'll just add for the sake of just food for thought. I also think there's some discussion to be had in just generally the interviewing process. And I think at some point, if we're going to have a more comprehensive discussion, I think, I'd have an interest in talking about that. I know, as it's been explained to me from some of the tenured members of council, that like the planning commission, for example, is interviewed by the whole body. Although I've not seen that in my term, I'm not opposed to considering a different method for how we interview individuals for various commissions and having the whole council vote on that. I think that kind of goes to, there was a comment made during public comment about stacking commissions and all that kind of stuff. And I do think there's some discussion to be had about that. So, I mean, for that reason, while I understand the push to put the people on the commission for the purposes of getting them going, I do think there's maybe a little bit more substantial discussion there. But I understand what the mayor's saying as well. And that's where I'm at.
Council, I'd like to add that talking about moving forward with interviews for the Parks and Rec Commission, in all fairness, the Public Safety Commission has had vacancies longer than the Parks and Rec Commission, and there are more applicants that are waiting for a decision. So just to share that information towards moving forward with interviews.
I think I heard Mayor Vadar say that he's willing to wait 6 months. I think it's a disservice to the community as well as the applicants to have one of our, what do we have, 4 commissions, not counting the planning commission, to have one of them completely out of action for half a year. That's just irresponsible in my opinion. And that's all I'll say, and I'm ready to vote.
John, you didn't hear what I said.
Sorry, I thought you said 6 months.
I said that we could vote on this thing tonight on the way that it is written and presented by the staff. But if I'm on the prevailing side of that, I'm going to bring it back up within 6 months. I am perfectly fine with doing a study session within 90 days and resolving this issue. But no matter what side I'm on, I'm going to bring it back up in 6 months.
I mean, we can't vote on it the way it is now because this isn't staff's recommendation. This is just, they threw everything that the council members said. So we'd have to go each one separately, not the whole thing at one time.
Unless a motion was made to approve as proposed.
Right, but I would hope not. It isn't proposed by anyone. It's put there for discussion, it isn't proposed by the staff.
All right, Dennis, I understand what you're saying. I still believe that our best my thought is that we sit back. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot of discussion. Allow Chris to delve more into this with his staff and come up with a 90-day and even sooner study session where we all just talk about this issue as well as how do we put things on the agenda package.
Okay, I'm not opposed to that.
I'm not opposed to that either.
But I am opposed to voting on this as if this is what is proposed by staff, because it's not what is proposed by staff.
Yeah, Dennis, John, Eric, Ryan, I am not proposing that we vote on this package, on this deal. I understand what you're saying, Dennis. I think we need to do is sit back, all of us sit down and come up with something reasonable. What are we expecting out of our commissions?
And I agree with you. I agree with you.
I agree with you too. I think we should do that. So what it sounds like we're doing is in 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, we're going to revamp and improve majorly, is that a word? Substantially improve the handbook and all the requirements. We may not agree on everything, but we're going to improve it.
John, how many people are do you have on the commission right now? 2?
3 out of 7. 1 is a youth member. And what I was going to say is that we have granted it needs updating. It was last updated 20 plus years ago, substantially. We need to update it. We haven't had a problem for the last year, 2 years, 5 years. We could leave it as is and just discuss it for the revamping in our major study session that you're talking about. But to just call everything to a halt and say, we asked you to apply for these positions, and now we're just going to not have you apply, and where one commission is hobbled by it, I just don't get the reasoning there. But let's take a vote. I agree with the study session idea, Emmett. I really think we need to have that. I just want to get moving on one little part of it. And like I've said, appoint 2 people. I won't be involved with the interview process at all. And, I think that's really reasonable. So I ask that you amend your motion to that effect, but if you don't want to, that's okay.
All right, you know what? If you go to the fact that we're going to revamp this thing, have a genuine conversation about doing what's right for the like you said, it hasn't been revamped in 20, 25 years or whatever it is. Sit down and do it. I'll agree that we'll choose 2 other commissioners, or excuse me, 2 other councilmen to handle the interviews for the Parks and Rec. Or if you want to be on the Parks and Rec interviews, okay, at this point, if Isabel's going to apply, then obviously that seems to be the crux of some of our problem here. If you want to do it where she's still going to be interviewed at this point, then maybe we got to come up with somebody else to do the interview.
Yeah, I agree. I think in this case, for these 2 members, let's just pick 2 other members of the city council, Mayor. You be one of them, and then pick somebody else, or somebody else volunteer, and let's just get it done. I'm not worried about your pick, to be honest, because we've got a lot of great applicants, and they want to work for the city and not get paid.
I'll just point out to Councilman Weber's point. I understand the push, but I also have concern about the process. And I think I'm just trying to wrap my head around that, because I don't know that the push outweighs the need at this point. I think there's a greater need to solidify the policy aspect of this, the process and the issues. I understand other members of council may not see that need, and I understand that. But at the same token, I think that if there are qualified applicants and to include Isabel, then we should sort this out. There's only a limited number of positions for any which commission, and I think we need to answer those questions. But I don't know. I understand why to fill the quorum, but again, as I think someone on the council pointed out, not me, the councils the commissions are advisory, so there's no reason why they can't submit, even if they only meet in 3, their comments to come to council. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, I would say let's do what Emmett suggested. And John, you just won't fill in your vacancies. I know you're upset about that, but we're just talking in circles now. We're talking about the same thing over and over again.
Well, why don't we clarify the motion and take a vote? Just to make sure we know what the motion is.
The motion is that we postpone this for up to 30 days and have staff comes back with their recommendation. Right, Emmett?
That was up to 90 days.
Up to 90 days.
Enough time to put this together. But now it's altered now because we're going to consider, filling those positions. And unfortunately, I'm just not sure what the best procedure is to do.
Well, we just won't consider the positions for the Park and Rec. They'll just have to be where they are now. And I guess, John, you could meet with those 2 members and you could come up with some suggestions for staff if you had something proposed for the budget.
I agree with Dennis. I like that the most. The original motion as intended and to what Councilmember Bertone just suggested.
Yes, I agree, Dennis. I will do that. And I'll vote against the motion just for that reason that I feel leaving those positions vacant is not a good idea. But I look forward to the study session, of course, and we'll meet with the 3 members. Just I guess we can't meet at a pizza place right now, but we'll meet someplace. Have a Zoom meeting.
So the understanding is that, John, you have 3 people on your commission. The way I understand it, two members and your youth member.
Yep. We have Jan, Anthony, and Anthony Bullhood, Jan Bartolo, and Ivan is a youth member. So yeah, well, maybe we can get some staff assistance to talk about some things and see what we want to do.
All right, then I'm going to ask that Chris. I recommend it 90 days, but I'm going to ask that Chris do it at his earliest convenience of when he can get it done and get an adequate staff report and put it together. Any objections to that?
If I may just clarify, your original motion was to suspend the current action on the table and to put together a study session in no more than 90 days to address the issues that we're currently discussing in the handbook, as well as other issues that would be of concern to staff that could range from agendizing kind of the whole gamut of your operations. And then the second part I didn't quite capture, as Councilmember Bertone was mentioning, are we then saying we will fill some of the commissions? Can you just repeat that part of it?
No, we're not going to fill any of the commission. John will just meet with the present commissioners and they will come up with whatever the suggestions are, and they can be presented to the council or to staff or both. Okay. So we will fill none of the commission positions. John, I know you don't like that idea, but sometimes you have to realize that the votes aren't there, and we just keep discussing the same thing.
Yep. I do want to point out, though, to be fair to all, I would hope that this moratorium on appointments or what have you applies to all the commissions, to include public safety, until we sort this out.
I'm agreeing to that.
Yeah, I think that's the way it was designed, and or at least that's the way it was in my mind, is that we don't fill any commissions, and until we actually sit down, come up with what we're really expecting and where we're at. You know, I don't know where I really don't know where I stand on the nepotism issue, which seems to be big in everybody's mind. I thought the staff did a good report. I appreciate it, but I really think this 90 days gives us an opportunity to all sit back and reflect on what we want. And I'll agree with almost every person who called in. We haven't had issues, but unfortunately, the issue is here now because it's been brought forward. Okay, and there are other communities out there, maybe not Glendora and maybe not Laverne, but other issues who've had other cities who've had problems. And since we're looking at everything now, this is the right time and the best time to do it. So let's do it right, and then move forward.
Mayor, can you call the question?
Yes. Could anyone repeat what's been said? a motion, and then Deborah, could you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner.
No.
Councilmember Vienna.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Aye.
Was that aye?
Aye.
That motion carries by a 4-1 vote with Councilmember Ebner opposed.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can just comment really quick, I just wanted to thank staff and Deborah and your office for the report. I know there's a lot of homework that goes into this and this particular topic, as well as the overall manual over time. So I really do appreciate all the work you guys put into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just add one thing, if you don't mind. You know, when we were talking about this discussion, John brought up a couple of issues that he was expecting to hear more input from surrounding communities and more of that stuff. Maybe we could, by the time that we get to the 90-day proportion or wherever we could get a little more input on what's happening around. I know that he said Glendora and Laverne, and Ryan popped in with Brea. You know, there's got to be other cities around here and so we can get a broad sense of what's actually out there. I'd appreciate it.
And as for purposes of the study session itself, and I don't think we'll take a final vote then, because whatever we come up with will probably have to be tidied up and just edited to be nice and pretty. For the study session, I would like to have alternatives, because we had one alternative today, and then I talked about another one that was, very in its formative stages in both the areas of the relationships to the council members and the media policy, or the speaking to the public kind of policy. Both of those had alternatives. And then, of course, we're going to find, so in other words, I hope we're going to have options on all the things, and not just, here's what we're going to have, and let's talk about it.
I think, John, maybe you could check in with Chris and give what your options, what you think, and anyone else who wants to weigh in on this, contact the city manager and give them your thoughts.
I just feel that the study session, it will lead to a good discussion if everything is presented equally. In other words, it's not just one staff recommendation. It should be really open to discussion and the deep and knowing what best practices are, knowing what other cities do, and what ideas people might have. But having them down in written form is very helpful. So thanks.
All right, John, the idea of this thing, wholeheartedly, is that we have that opportunity to dwell into this and get the right thing down and get it right.
Right.
As I'll remind everybody here, all 5 of us work for this entire community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I understand what Councilmember Ebner is requesting. Whatever staff does and whatever we do, I hope is consistent with the will of the council as it was related to the motions that generated the work. Thank you.
That motion was a motion to bring it back for a vote, discussion and vote. So that was not the motion of what's going to be in the final policy.
Right, yeah. So I'm just clarifying that your feedback or your comments are comments. It's not the motion, unless we want to call it back and amend it.
All right.
I have a question. Is council really looking for and wanting recommendations in this report from staff, or as we presented tonight, staff really wanting direction from the council on how and what they want to do?
If enough information is presented and if the council has a deep discussion like Emmett's talking about, then it should not be a staff recommendation. Typically, the study sessions don't have a staff recommendation, or they might point in a direction, but they don't have, here's the final verbiage and everything. So you're not voting on it right then. I mean, you could. I'm just saying the study session will be valuable if we can talk about a lot of things and figure out why Glendora does this, why Brea does that. I haven't read, and Ryan may have, and that would be great to see some articles, something that says, here's what you should do. Here's some case studies about what we've done about this or that. Whether it's the relatives issue or the media policy, and instead of trying to have staff come back with a polished final thing that we're going to kind of go up or down on, let's have a discussion like Emmett talked about. That's what I think that's all about, right?
Yeah, I think in a general council operations discussion, and before I think Jeff tries to cut me off, but I think this kind of goes to the bigger discussion point that, the next study session, in accordance with the motion that we passed, I think is going to facilitate that you're talking about right now. And then, may result in staff coming back with more information if that's what council requires or requests. But, I not to get ahead of it, because there could be things that council generally is not interested in. Or on the other hand, there may be things that council is interested in, but not to waste staff's time, or not know where to look, and I guess that's my only point in that.
Emmett, if I may add a bit just to kind of reframe this conversation, what I'm hearing, the real action is that we want to have a robust conversation about our operations to include what we're covering here, and presented with other language, we can find handbooks from other jurisdictions or policies that they have with regards to a variety of different areas. We don't want staff to do all the work and write out the policies for us, to have it prepped and say, okay, what do you think? You tweak it. That I would assume that if staff has concerns about certain sections of the policy, that we could at least articulate them somehow so you understand the issues that we have so that you can frame your conversations around it. And then I would ask it lastly, that as we talk about section by section or topic by topic, we first start with what is the policy objective we're trying to accomplish, and then start talking about elements of language that if you can define the elements, staff can come back and massage the elements into a statement that at a subsequent meeting the council can review and say, yes, we like that, or we'll tweak it the following manner. Does that holistically sound like it captures your intent?
That's what it sounds like for my intent. I don't know about the rest of the council, but the reality is that I want to make sure that we're giving each of these issues a fair shot about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And if maybe the role of our commissions needs to be redone, you know, maybe it's not what we want them to just make a suggestion. Maybe we want them to vote on something. I don't know what the end result of this is going to be, but the reality is this conversation is just going around and around and around, and I just believe give it 90 days or like I said, if Chris can put it together sooner, then that'll be up to, you know, the staff's mode to do it. But you know what, we're talking to ourselves again. Thank you. All right, we took a vote 4-1. We'll move forward with the next item. A review the noticing requirement, public outreach noticing conducted for the specific plan number 23 moratorium.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, a point of clarification is, do you want to take a break since this conversation may be a robust conversation?
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll take a 10-minute break.
And I'd ask that John set a timer so that the public at least can see the countdown for the 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll do. Working on it. I see all council. They are all here, and we are ready for you to reconvene and continue.
Okay, we're going to go to item 5C, reviewing and noticing requirement, and then public outreach noticing conducted for specific plan number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will turn this over to our senior planner, Marco Espinosa.
Good evening. At the City Council meeting of October 27, 2020, the City Council requested a future report from staff regarding the noticing and public outreach conducted for the moratorium and current municipal code text amendment for specific plan 23. The City Council requested information related to the City Council requirements for noticing, public noticing, and public hearings. The Community Development Department is committed in engaging in meaningful public participation. The department strives to ensure that the community has the opportunity to engage in policy and project development throughout the discretionary review process, and to inform the community regarding how and when to participate in the project review. Next slide, please. The San Dimas Municipal Code establishes the following noticing requirements for public hearings. 1, the notice of a public meeting or hearing shall be published in the local newspaper. The notice shall state the applicant's application type, the description of the request for consideration, the time and date and location of the meeting, the planning department's contact information, among other items. We also require first-class mailing of notices to be sent out to the applicant and to all property owners and tenants within 300 feet, within a 300-foot radius from the boundaries of the subject site. Also, an agenda is also prepared and posted at least 3 public notice boards, which would be the City Hall, inside the LA County Public Library, and inside the U.S. Post Office. Next slide, please. Entitlement applications that would require such noticing requirements would be a conditional use permit application, variance, zone change, municipal code text amendments, and subdivisions. Development plan review boards, DPRB cases, and tree removal applications are not considered public hearings, but rather a public meeting, only requiring adjacent property owners to be notified of applications and postings of the agenda. Next slide, please. The cost involved in notification process, typically for a newspaper ad, it can cost anywhere from $750 to up to $1,000, if not more, depending on the type of notice and the extent of verbiage and also graphs or maps that need to be as part of that notification. But on average, they tend to be in the $700 to $1,000 range. Also, first-class mail. So each letter we send out is 50 cents. The 50 cents is a reduced rate of 55 from the post office. That does not include the time spent for folding and stuffing each of the envelopes by staff. And then we also post the agenda, which typically takes about maybe 30 minutes driving to the different locations. We also post some other locations like at the Villa Verde Bonds Market. There's a posting there, so it takes some time to drive over there and over to the post office. So it's about 30 minutes for posting. Next slide, please. San Dimas, the San Dimas notification process for notification of public hearings comply with state law and is very similar to the surrounding cities, with the exception that the city does not collect a fee for cost of publication for public hearing notices published in the newspaper, the preparation of the radius maps and the mailing labels or postage. The average cost of a meeting to meet the legal requirements for like a conditional use permit application is about $1,100 just for noticing. That does not include any staff time. The application for conditional use permit is only $1,092. To provide an example, next slide, please. To provide an example and illustrate the cost associated with public outreach and the number of property owners and residents that would be notified, staff prepared 3 radius maps, one at 300, one at 500, and one at 1,000 for the Walker House located at 121 North San Dimas Avenue. Some projects may include more than one community meeting and more than 2 public hearings. At this time, the cost of community outreach, including the required newspaper notices, is entirely subsidized by the city most of the time. And as you can see on the screen, so for a 300-foot radius from the Walker House, we would notify 69 property owners and tenants, and that would cost $34.50. If we did a 1,000-foot radius, it'd be 490 property owners and tenants, and that cost would be $245. If that's just for one single meeting. If the item had to go to Planning Commission twice, we'd double that number. And then if it was an item that had to go to Planning Commission and City Council, depending on the amount of meetings you have, you times that number. That doesn't include the newspaper notice that would have to also be included. So the number can significantly jump. So when you look at these numbers, some projects might only require the mailing, but most of them require newspaper notices also. Next slide, please. During the early part of the moratorium process for SB 23, staff conducted 2 community meetings, one with residents and one with business owners along the Bonita Avenue and San Dimas Avenue. The following community meetings included both residents and business owners. The mailing radius generally encompassed south of Gladstone Street, north of Arrow Highway, east of the 57 freeway, and west of San Dimas Avenue. The first community meeting, staff notified approximately 1,300 property owners and tenants and about 230 downtown merchants. The average attendance for the community was 49 attendees, approximately 3% of the people noticed. In addition, the community meetings were also posted on social media outlets from the city, so those city's website, city's Facebook page, and Twitter account. On the screen, you can see the outline. The red outline shows all the property owners and tenants, residents, and property owners, commercial properties that we notified. The yellow is the actual SP 23 properties that were involved in the moratorium and municipal code text amendment that's still going on. And then the blue area highlights all the merchants that we notified for that meeting. Next slide, please. On May 26, 2020, the City Council repealed the moratorium and initiated the municipal code text amendment to amend the allowable uses within SB 23. For the municipal code text amendment, staff utilized the required 300-foot radius notification based on the following. One, the housing issue within SB 23 would not be introduced as an allowable use. The amount of public participation decreased significantly after it was determined that housing would not be introduced into SB 23. Two, the developer of the warehouse had discontinued discussions with the property owners. Three, the cost of the mailing notices from 1,530 property owners and residents and merchants, which was about $765 per meeting versus the 296 people that were notified within the 300-foot radius at a cost of $148. The Planning Commission's public hearing, for the Planning Commission's public hearing, staff extended the notification radius to include the complete blocks within the 300-foot radius and also notify any of the residents or merchants that requested to be notified that were not within the radius. We prepared 240 notices for that meeting and an additional 56 notices prepared to the people who signed up at those community meetings. Next slide, please. Staff prepared two radius maps at different radiuses to illustrate the example of the numbers of properties that would be included for the SP 23 notification. Here we see a 500-foot radius, which would notify 330 applicant or property owners or tenants. Next slide, please. Here is the 1,000-foot radius, Here we would notify 720 property owners and tenants. The cost associated with the 1,000 would be $360. The 500-foot radius would be $165, and the 300-foot radius, as mentioned, was $148. Next slide, please. Understanding that public participation is a fundamental element of local government processes, the department has begun making use of social media in an effort to expand the community outreach and effort and reach the different segments of a population. The goal of incorporating the use of social media pages such as the Facebook, Twitter, and the city's website to post hearings and meetings and information. Next slide. Staff recommends that the City Council consider the following. One, to continue the required 300-foot notification radius as currently required by the city's municipal code for the notification of SB 23. Also, direct staff to establish the participation of posting all public meetings and hearings on the city's social media outlets. 3, to direct staff to establish a mailing radius of either 300, 500, or 1,000 for city-initiated projects. And 4, to direct staff to continue the 300-foot radius in addition to notifying the people who requested to be notified for future public meetings pertaining to SB 23. In addition, staff shall post all public hearings on the city's social media outlets. With that, that concludes staff's report. We can provide any additional information you would like from staff.
Marco, this is Dennis. I have a question. Number 3 lists for city-initiated projects, and you give a choice of 3, 5, or 1,000. In other words, we would determine with number 3 which one we'd want to use.
Yeah, you could do that, or you can choose to say we wish to use the 3, 5, and 1,000, but depending on initiation of the type of project, we can decide then what would be most appropriate. Would it be the 300, the 500, or 1,000, or you could just set a number and direct staff to always be 500, no matter what type of project it is.
Okay, thank you.
Marco?
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
When I listened to you and we talked about telling the community, did we tell the community that there wasn't going to be any housing element in SB 23? The way I understood it, we have 3 major potential locations for potential housing. Please explain.
So during the council meetings, the council decided to table the issue of housing until the housing element came into place, and we would discuss the housing element as part of the housing element update and not part of the municipal code text amendment for SB 23, that we were only going to look at the current uses and potential new uses, but no housing at this time until we looked at it comprehensively citywide as part of the housing element.
So there is a long-term potential that housing may be discussed in that location, in those locations.
Correct, but not as part of this process, which would be the municipal code text amendment. So people, I think, kind of said, okay, well, if they're not going to discuss it here, then we're going to wait to discuss it as part of the, and that's the housing element. And that's where we saw a decrease in the amount of people, I guess, interested in the discussion because they were going to wait for that process.
Understand, thank you.
I'm just curious as a point of clarification from staff. When I look at the subject of the staff presentation, this is reading notice for specifically SB 23. I know when this item was brought up, I know I had an interest on a much broader discussion of noticing. I just want to be clear for the purposes of this discussion, are we limiting this discussion specifically to SB 23? Or are we having the much broader discussion? That's my question.
So the way staff understood it is that there was 2 discussions here. One would be the broader, how do we notice when do we notice, what is the cost of noticing, and that was included in the initial part of the report. And then the second part was, how did we notice SB 23? What did we do there? How did we notice initially, and how are we noticing now? And how did we do those notices, and what was the cost of that? So both those discussion items are within this report, and we can discuss those both tonight.
Okay, yeah, I maybe just for the, and up to the mayor and council, but maybe just for the purposes of facilitating the dialogue, I'd probably, I'm trying to put it in my head, what's the best way to do that, understanding everything you said. I don't know if it's easier to take one item at a time and then go from there.
And one item can be fine. We can do that. We could discuss just notification process, and then we can move on to what we did in SB 23.
And to provide further clarification, the first recommendation is for the general policy regarding to the entire city, not just specifically to SB 23. Number 4 is specifically for SB 23.
Thank you, Henry.
I had just one question. When you say, I think you said the DPRB and there's some other cases where just adjacent property owners are notified and you don't really do a radius?
Correct. That'd be for development plan review applications and also tree removals, where tree removals exceed 4 trees or more, where it requires the development plan review board to review those types of applications. 1 or 2 or 3 trees is at a staff level review, so no notifications are sent out for those.
When you say adjacent, Marco, so if you're in a place where there's an alley in back of you and the project's on a property, then there's an alley, does adjacent mean the neighbors on the other side of the island, of the alley?
Yeah. So what we do is we go typically 2 residents to the west, I guess, to the right of you, and 2 residents to the left of you. And then we go 5 or 6 residents in front of you, and then 5 or 6 behind you, depending, so we try to make 1 square.
Yeah.
So depending on how those properties, that's a perfect square kind of rectangle situation, but depending on the type, sometimes you get a little bit more, sometimes you get a little less. But we try to make sure that we incorporate at least every property that touches that property, and then the adjacent properties around those properties.
Okay, thanks.
That's the standard practice. Like I said, it's sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, did you want some council comments in addition to questions before we open the public phone lines?
Yes. That would probably be the best, and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay. I'll just make a couple comments to start off with. And one is that, just to take note, that some time ago, the state increased the distance for council members who own a piece of property near a project. And so council members, if they live within, or they have property within 500 feet of a project, then they have to recuse themselves. The idea being that within 500 feet, you're going to be affected by whatever's going on in that project. Now we're talking about projects that require noticing, like we're talking about. Not just a CUP that goes in for a store someplace, but so for projects. So one thing to think about anyway is that if the state requires that because they assume that you as a resident or whatever are being affected if you're 500 and your financial interest, whatever it is, being affected if you're within 500 feet, then it might make sense to make 500 our standard rather than 300. I think in the numbers that Marco showed us, that might increase the budget for notification of the various public hearings and other things by, $300, $400, $500. I'm not sure exactly what it would be for each one, more or less. But that's one observation that I just like to throw out there as a a taking kind of seriously our goal of public engagement.
John, let me ask you, are you talking about the city in general, or are you including SB 23 in that, or are you going to be looking for SB 23 being something different?
Well, I think we're going to do in general first, and then we're going to do SB 23. I think that's what Marco was suggesting, and so why don't we talk? That would be in general. The only other thing, I'll just I looked at the maybe later on I'll have some other examples that I looked at, but I just wanted to mention. Let's see. I'll mention that I have a few of the examples of the maps, and on the maps that were provided by staff, it says how many parcels were within, let's say, a 300-foot radius, and it said how many notifications they had to mail out. And the thing is that a lot of those parcels, I mean, some of them are city parks, or they might be a big business or something like that. But sometimes the people who actually live near a project, I think they are really affected a lot by it and are interested in knowing what's going on. So, you know what? I'll keep a couple of these for later, but let's just talk about the Walker House example that was provided in the staff report. And so, a 300-foot radius. If you look at that map, and you know which properties are like the water company or the gas station and that kind of thing. If you look at that radius, staff says there's 45 parcels. However, only 14 of those parcels are residential. Now there's a triplex and a duplex, so there's really 17 households that would get notified if, say, somebody came in and said, and staff accepted their application, said, I want to rent the Walker House from the city, and I think it just needs a facelift. It's got to be a little bit more modern looking on the outside. And I just can't imagine that we would only be mailing things to 17 households of people who live nearby if such a thing were to happen. The 300-foot radius also would preclude, in the example of SP 23, and I can go into more detail about this, but I'll just say that for SP 23 or the Bonita Cataract property, you wouldn't be notifying the hardware store. You wouldn't be notifying Roadies. You wouldn't be notifying Cynthia Williams Antique Store, because 300 feet is like a really small bunch of houses that are included. Now, SP 23 obviously includes more because the property is long. 3 properties are long. But what I'm trying to get at here is that I'm not sure if that's doing our job to let people know what's going on. And it's just food for thought as we discuss in general what our policy should be.
Any additional comments?
Yeah, I got a couple. I appreciate the ability of people to opt into notification for the SP 23 project thus far. I really think that's important. Touching on the ability to opt in, I would kind of like to see, again, kind of an overarching thing, not necessarily something specifically related to SP 23, but I would like to see more ability for residents to opt in. I know we're posting our notices on the website. Perhaps maybe an email form that somebody can punch in their email address, and then whenever a noticing goes out, it'll just blast it out to somebody's email address, whether it's citywide or not. You know, some people just like to be in the loop on projects, and it would potentially have a far greater reach and disseminate information, maybe a little bit more expediently than having city employees stuff and lick stamps and drop them off at the post office.
Do you see Deborah Black on the screen?
Yeah, I'm going.
Got it. Thank you.
She has the hardest job.
Well, I'll just add, I'd like to hear, I think, from some of the members of the public, and then I have some comments for discussion, and I'd like to discuss a little bit of what Councilman Ebner pointed out and highlighted with some of his observations as well.
And are we going to have the public discuss the general before we go to and do a separate public for SP23, or Emmett, or do you want to do both at the same time, or what do you think?
would like to do them both at the same time, because in the interest of time, it's important, but that, if we go to, the general, then we go back to, go through comments, and then we go back to SB 23 and then go through comments. I think we're going to, mix up items and stuff. So let's just do the discussion right up front and then move on.
Sounds good.
So does anybody else have any more comments on the general? Okay, let's move on to SB 23.
I'm sorry, Mayor, and I'm just, I know we're saying comments. I do have comments. If we're doing questions for staff right now.
Discussion for staff. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think we may, I'm sorry too. I thought we were going to, so we're going to discuss both, have calls about both, and then vote on them separately later on. That's the idea. Just wanted to get clear what it is.
Okay, well, we can vote on them separately later on, but do you want to have public comment after each item here?
No, I think the public comments. I just didn't know how much the council was going to go back and forth about the general idea.
Mayor, I'd suggest we just take public comment on the entire agenda item, both general and SP 23, and then the council can deliberate after that on each.
Yeah.
Okay, would that mean that we're going to talk about SB 23 now?
No, we're going to take public comment, if you wish, right now on everything, and then we come back to the council and we'll take them one at a time. First general, then SP 23.
All right, any objection to anybody on the council? All right, let's, John, if you want to open it up to public comment, please.
Okay, members of the audience, please use the raise hand feature for public comments. If calling in from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If using a computer, please locate the raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. If you'd like to make a public comment now, please select the raise hand feature.
Hi, my name's Amanda. My 3 minutes starting.
Yeah, give me one. Okay, go ahead, please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
So I would first like to make a comment in regards to something that Mr. Patrick Jones said earlier. A resident is not required under the Brown Act to reveal their name or their video. Legally, they are not required to do that. That has been clarified before when it was indicated, so I just wanted to point that out for someone that may not know. You cannot require them to reveal their name and so on. So I have a few questions, so I guess we're going to combine everything. But how many people actually read this local newspaper that you're posting it in, the Inland Valley Daily Bulletin? Because I've never heard of it. I think I've seen it online, sometimes on Facebook when it's, every once in a while pops up. but it's just kind of dubious to me that we no longer have a San Dimas paper per se. We do have a new one that's starting, but it's only quarterly, so that wouldn't quite be as effective, unfortunately, in this case. Also, how many people have access to these bulletins during COVID? I mean, a lot of people are not really milling about bulletin boards right now. And I know a lot of bulletin boards right now just simply aren't allowed to have anything posted. I know before the San Dimas Starbucks, that was a huge thing for a lot of people to use. Right now, they are not allowing anybody to post anything up there because of COVID regulation. Also, in regards to SP 23, so I live in Old Town. I'm actually right outside of that 300 foot radius. Like literally my next door neighbor across the street from me would get a notification and I would not. Despite the fact that any zoning change or housing element that would go in there would greatly affect myself and my family in our use of perhaps, let's say, Cataract Avenue right there, or, you know, especially once that train comes in, or Euclid, because I drive those streets when I drive in and out of my neighborhood. So a lot of this would also affect those of us that are a little bit further back. So it seems silly to me that we're not including more residents in this. And again, this really does smack of trying to hush community from taking part in their civic duty. So again, I would hopefully like to see a little bit more online presence and an easier way to find this information, because right now it's very difficult to find this information online. Lastly, I would like to use the housing element as an example. Who would you be notifying? Because the housing element, are you only notifying people within 300 feet of those properties, or are you notifying the whole city because that affects the whole city? And I guess I yield my 0 seconds. Thank you.
Next, we have SD resident. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
I'd like to say thank you to Amanda. And I'd also like to say to the mayor, for transparency, I would recommend that when the council continues an item, as you did this one at the last meeting, that you don't put it at the end of the agenda at the following meeting. That's a packed agenda meeting. It comes across as tactical and, again, very rude to the residents. And I know you don't want to do that. So I'm calling regarding the importance of extending the mailer notification for SB 23 sites from 300 feet to at least 1,000 feet, if not further, in the surrounding neighborhoods. The issues regarding SB 23 are bigger and more controversial than a room addition and merit appropriate mailer noticing, not the bare minimum filled in with social media, post office postings, and word of mouth by the tiny handful of residents that would be noticed in a smaller 300 to 500 foot radius as suggested by a council member. The history of the City Council in San Dimas has been to extend mailer noticing for projects that have greater impacts on neighborhoods, and it should remain this way with notices going to both property owners and tenants. If standardized radius is set tonight for all city mailer notices, there needs to be continued to be an exception to extend the radius for sensitive cases like SB 23. There were concerning things stated at the October 27th council meeting in regards to not extending noticing. We haven't ever had a council in the past that has put political gain or nominal money issues over doing the right thing for public noticing. Our past councils and staff have gone above and beyond to promote public participation and transparency. Our neighborhood is not a business with ROI concerns. It's a single-family resident neighborhood with generations of families that have lived here for decades and young new families raising their children and investing in the downtown core of San Dimas. Also in the 1124 special study session, it was stated by a councilman that SB 23 has been identified to assist the city with its RENA numbers. This is even more reason to be transparent with appropriate noticing to this neighborhood. Thank you to Councilman Dimas Bertone and John Ebner for seeing the importance of increasing the mail notifications and doing the right thing once again for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Next, we have Cynthia W. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. This is Cynthia Williams. I'd like to thank you for going over this issue. It's very important that people are informed, but I believe the best way to inform people is through email. It gives me the ability to have it in front of me and be able to read it. I don't believe that sending out mailing is probably as important as email, but it is essential that we are informed on this. And I sincerely appreciate the time that you've spent to make sure all of the residents and as a business owner are notified. Thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. John?
Mayor, next we have Karen. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I just want to say that I think that John's suggestion of the 500 feet makes complete sense, since that is what the state is requiring of the council members. And I also wanted to just ask if any consideration has been done to doing something like a digital marquee in downtown, or to notify residents of important activities that are going to happen, or through banners, because a lot of people get their information that way by driving by it. And oftentimes it will also be a good way for people to share that information with others by saying, hey, I just saw this on, when I was driving through downtown. So just 2 other suggestions that might possibly be something to consider. Thank you.
Mayor, that is all the public members for comments at this time.
All right, now I'll bring it back to council.
Well, I'll kick off. I did review first. I'm sorry. So I'm going to address the broader policy issue, and then I'll get into the specifics of SP 23. Or Mayor, do you want to do broader policy general council discussion and then go into SP 23?
Yes, let's do the broader council.
Very well. So as it relates to the broader issue at hand, I'll agree with Councilman John Ebner. After reflecting on this, and I think Miss Amanda Lee brings up some good points, as well as some of the other community members, as well as Councilman Ebner. The 500-foot radius, obviously, if it's required on the FPPC side, that makes sense. The ability of a project to be able to influence a property value or even impact it, generally speaking. Traffic impaction, things like this are all things that come from that. So in terms of the broader policy implication for noticing, I am not opposed to increasing it from the 300-foot legal requirement to imposing a 500-foot requirement. However, I would like to see a change. I noted that the staff that the city, as the staff pointed out, is subsidizing the fees for those, even as it relates to development. I'd like to see the taxpayers in the community not pay for that. I'd rather transfer that cost to the developer for non-city sponsored initiatives.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, I think the more people that are informed, the better it is. It's very positive. And I think 500 feet should be the minimum. And for some projects like 23, maybe even 1,000 feet isn't enough. But I think 500 feet should be the minimum for everything. Not the maximum, but the minimum.
Right, and I also, that jogs my memory that I also like the idea, I think Councilman Weber brought it up, about allowing persons to opt in. I do think we need to allow members of the community, wherever they may be, to opt into any projects of their specific interest. And I also like the idea, I don't know about a Jumbotron in downtown or something like that, but bulletin boards, to the point that was made, are something of the past and challenging in COVID-19 times. So I'm not sure if maybe we could post some of these things on the public access channel, or even as like a like the slides we have come up periodically, if there is a notice, and maybe more people. Mr. Gil Gonzalez had that suggestion just in discussion, that it would be helpful to advertise these things if we could stake it at the property in question, and if we could post it maybe on public access.
Well, one of the callers pointed out that the staff has been pretty accommodating over the years. And there's been times, and I know Dennis has suggested it at times, and others have, where we've suggested to staff, why don't you go that 1,000 feet or whatever. I think if we made the 500 the standard, you capture a bunch more businesses and houses that way, and then just give staff the flexibility on high-profile cases, cases that affect people more readily than other cases. Give or people are just really interested in it. Let's go a little further. Encourage staff to just use their judgment. I really liked what I saw in the staff report about, I think it was about SB 23, but that's an example in this case, where they rounded out the blocks, for example. So you don't have one neighbor getting the notification and the next one not. Usually they go to the end of the block, or I should say usually, they're not required to, and sometimes they don't, but that's just a nice courtesy to do, I think. On some of the bigger projects, when you go, just kind of eyeball the map and you say, oh, well, all these people are going to be affected, and then just make the line like that. Again, that's a staff discretion. I know that requires some subjectivity on what is a project like that deserves that. But I think it served us okay in the past. It honestly doesn't cost that much more money, given the benefit that we get. And then to Eric's point, and Cindy as well, we need to have different ways of doing it. So the opt-in is a great idea. I mean, when you were talking about that, Eric, I was thinking, well, how do we get people to opt in? And, maybe, I don't know, maybe on those signs we put up for the public hearings, we could have something opt in for a notice for this, or I don't know what. But the idea is just to get more people involved. And of course, one of the things is we've talked about, well, people in other parts of the city are going to be interested in this too. I don't have a solution for getting the word out to everybody in the city, or to people, but the opt-in might work. And again, Cynthia's idea about getting email, I think you still need to get the mail. It does, especially for houses, they get their mail, and something from the city of San Dimas isn't just another bill or piece of junk mail. People read them. So with that, I would be pleased to have that as the policy, that flexibility.
I would just add to build on what Councilman Ebner said, that something that might be very low-hanging fruit and actionable might be for staff to create a page, because I think, to the point that some of the public made earlier, it can be very difficult to be able to track some of these things. So maybe a low-hanging fruit is to create a page on the city's website listing all of the various projects that we have, and giving them the ability to hit subscribe to a specific project, and then be able to receive updates specific to that project as they come up and as they come to the council.
I like it.
Council, one of the points that I need to emphasize here is that the idea of letting staff have discretion to decide what the noticing will be, or the radius of noticing will be for city-initiated projects, is okay. But to give staff discretion on a private property owner's initiated project is not advisable. we need to have standardized rules that we use for noticing for private projects. The reason for that is developers will tell us that if we give a 1,000-foot noticing radius for their projects, but only a 100-foot or 300-foot noticing radius for someone else's project, that we are being unfair to them, and that's a due process issue. And it is a due process issue. So for private projects, we do need to have standardized noticing rules. But city-initiated projects like SP23, we can notice differently on a case-by-case basis.
And Jeff, just for a point of clarification, that would be irregardless of whether or not the city subsidizes it or whether or not we require a developer to pay it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
But I imagine that issue only comes up really if we require the developer to pay for it.
No, it's not just a matter of the cost. It's a matter of the developer thinking that the city is generating opposition to a project by noticing it with a larger radius. The developer will argue that we are trying to drum up opposition by noticing it more than we notice maybe other private projects.
Fascinating point. Okay, thank you.
Along the same lines of what Jeff was just talking about, I'm thinking even the city-initiated project side, I'm just perhaps somebody that likes to have a set standard and stick to the standard. But I kind of think about it this way as well. We've had callers call in about this very issue and say that the 300-foot rule is insufficient because they're, let's say, for instance, their neighbor across the street got one, but they didn't because they're outside of the 300-foot rule. I mean, we're going to get the same thing at 1,000. I'm sorry. We're going to get the same thing at 500 if we change it to 500. We're going to get the same thing at 1,000 if we change it to 1,000, and we get it if we change it to 2,000. So, being able to change it at our discretion kind of creates a little bit of an equity problem in that it's not going to eliminate, the more people we increase in the circle isn't necessarily going to eliminate any of the complaints about notices. And then it also, to me, it puts staff in a very, in a predicament because, for instance, the SP23 issue, people weren't necessarily very happy with the noticing requirements on that. And if staff has the leeway to notice further or notice at the minimum, they could very unintentionally perhaps walk into a situation where they become the brunt of a lot of frustration, whereas I kind of believe that that's our position to take that heat. And I don't know, I kind of feel like it's unfair to them to put them in this situation to, be the deciding factor on that.
Well, what if staff came to us and asked, hey, staff makes a lot of, does a lot of analysis and makes some decisions all the time. So, but if we're saying, maybe they need the council to be the ones who are saying, let's go farther or whatever. Maybe if they see a project that's like that, or in SP23, whatever, the zone change or the change to the zone. But what about that, Eric? Them coming.
So to touch on that, I'm not opposed to having, there are projects that generate naturally more interest than others. Looking at the Pomona example on the presentation that staff gave, they have a 400-foot rule for most applications, and then a 1,000-foot or larger, 1,000 feet for larger applications, i.e. track maps. So I wouldn't be opposed to having a standard, and that standard including 2 different mailing radiuses, and then have it be up to council to decide which of or even staff at that point, decide which of those standards it falls under. But the problem that I see arising is that us just picking a number out of the sky, could create an equity problem. If we just had a small scale project and a large scale project mailing radius, and we just, justify why it falls into one of those two categories, I'd be okay with that. That's still a standard.
I'm good with Councilman Ebner's original logic for the 500-foot rule. I also agree with Eric that when we get into subjectivity, you have a lot of different variables that play into that. So I'm all for and would support a motion to establish a 500-foot notification radius as required in the municipal code from the 300 that's currently written, and then getting into the public hearing, have staff establish those practices for public hearings and meetings, and then look at establishing the mailing radius of 500 feet for city-initiated projects. So that way, whether it's privately initiated or publicly initiated, it's all on the same playing field. Obviously, there will be situations wherein there may be exceptions to the rule, and I think we can consider those on a case-by-case basis at the council level. But I don't think putting it with staff, I think it kind of puts them in a bind, and they don't need to be in it. We probably have our own reasons for exceeding, whatever the notification requirement may be if we wish to do so at that time.
Yeah, I have no objection to the 500-foot modification, but did that generate the municipal code text amendment?
Yes, it does.
Is there a time frame on that?
We could start working on it once you give us direction on it. It should be something that's pretty simple to prepare and bring back to you maybe in a couple months.
And Jeff, the Pomona example that Eric mentioned, that's okay because they list out the things that are for 1,000 feet, and they're always doing the 1,000 feet for certain types of projects or certain types of actions.
Yeah, the city does call it out. So they actually call out what type of applications. Same thing can happen to our code section. We actually could call out, subdivisions or parcel maps to be 1,000-foot radius, but conditional use permits would only be 500-foot radius. So we actually could call those out separately.
Well, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, I think that I get what Eric and Ryan are both saying, and I like it being black and white as well. Maybe with the council maybe being able to take some kind of action where it's the council's prerogative on certain things.
For city-initiated projects?
Well, that's where I don't understand some things. So we're not talking about Pioneer Square in any sense, except I just need an example. Is Pioneer Square city-initiated, or is that private initiated?
Pioneer Square would be privately initiated because there's a development application. Just because the city is selling, or the agency would be selling the land, it's still a private project.
And
for purposes of these notice rules.
And I think in that example, just like, so zone changes aren't in general going to be the larger distance. They'll only be the larger distance, or possibility the larger distance, if they're city initiated.
That's where we would, you could leave it up to staff to decide to come back to you with a proposal of which ones we feel would be the 500-foot radius and what would be 1,000. And we could have that discussion during the municipal code text amendment process. Okay. And we could always switch it. It'd be easy enough to change it if we needed to.
I'm good with that. And zone changes almost always, but not always, but almost always are of a lot of interest to people who live nearby. And so if that were like larger, anyway, so that's it. So do we need a motion to give direction?
Can I ask a further question? And it goes back to Councilmember Vienna's comment about having the applicant pay for the mailing. I want to clarify, and that's something that we can talk to Jeff about, also city attorney about, Should that be implemented into the code section or not? And shall that include also the cost of the newspaper, which sometimes is the highest cost for noticing?
Do we still have to do the newspaper?
For most of these, yes.
Okay, no problem. Maybe a solution to that would be if we're going to have applicants pay for things, which I can go either way on that, but maybe have them pay for up to 500 feet, which is required. And if the city decides to do more, the city puts the bill.
I understand that. But the newspaper one was the question. Would we require them to also pay for newspaper advertisement, which is typically required for most of these projects, which typically is in the 700 to $1,000 $1,000. And that's where we were saying that most of these applications, our application fees are actually pretty low. So most of that money is actually ends up being spent on notification and not even for the processing. So we end up subsidizing most of the mailing cost.
So Marco, I'm looking at your chart here, and I'm not clear on it. Do the other cities require them generally to pay the newspaper as well?
Yes.
All right, then I would be supportive of moving that cost there. And I would also point out that the use of social media for posting meetings and hearings, I think, is also something we should incorporate in what we do.
Do you want to make a motion, Ryan?
Sure, yeah. Correct me, anyone, if I get it wrong, but I'll say I'll move that we initiate a municipal code text amendment to take the 300-foot notification radius that is currently required by the city's municipal code, increase it to 500 feet, direct staff to establish the practice of posting all public meetings and hearings on the city's social media outlet, direct staff to establish a mailing radius of 500 feet for city-initiated projects, and then also to transfer or initiate a fee schedule, I guess is what it would be, for transferring the cost of the newspaper noticing, as well as mailing and postage for any required notifications pursuant to the municipal code text amendment.
Okay,
I second the motion, and I think there was one thing that maybe, Ryan, we didn't say there, and that was the part about a greater distance or a different distance for certain types of actions, like a zone change or a track map or whatever, kind of like Pomona does.
Okay, then perhaps staff, if in this same request, staff could bring back language that outlines it as just the 500 foot, and obviously council at any time has the ability to call an item up and make an exception, and then also provide and propose the language that Councilman Ebner's discussing and Councilman Weber has pointed to, that may take specific actions such as the rezoning or general plan amendments with the increased noticing requirement. And in that, I actually would agree with Councilman Ebner if it was amenable to Councilman Bertone for an amendment to include the city subsidizing any fees for anything above and beyond 500 feet noticing if it was a private project.
Who ended up seconding that? Was that Dennis or was it?
I would second that. That's fine with me.
Right.
John, did I get it all? Does that work?
I think you captured it really well. Thanks. Staff will boil it down and get it in bullet points and numbers.
We will. And if I can make a comment on some quick comments real quick. The opt-in process, at any time, anybody who wishes to be notified just has to notify the planner, and we will put them on the mailing list. We've done that before. So all they need to do is just call the city and tell them you want to be on the mailing list, and we can do that. So that's pretty easy. And the item came up about the city creating a page on the city's website for noticing. We do have a public notice page already on the banner. So that's where we put the notices on there. So that's already kind of established also. Somebody can just click on that and see any public notices for any public items coming up.
But is there a way, Marco, for somebody to track a project? Because I think that's really what's missing. Is if somebody just said, I want to track this project, like let's say PSQ, for example, and they just wanted to be noticed for anything that had to deal with that, are they able to do that without having to call City Hall at this point?
It's not, if you want to electronically, it's not established for that at this point. We would have to talk to John and see if that's possible, or to what extent we would have to do that.
Is that something we can look into and get back to us?
Yeah, I will look into it.
Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, could you take the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bedar, Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, let's move on to the second portion of this, SB 32. XB 23, I mean.
I'll just comment really fast. I heard a lot of the members of the public loud and clear about this, and went down and kind of looked at that area. And I hear Councilman Weber or Ebner's points about this. I do think that maybe we should do the maximum on this particular issue for some of the reasons that I think Marco and the mayor alluded to earlier. And that is that this particular SP 23 does have the ability to impact the downtown area in a pretty significant way. So I think minimally we should be looking at 1,000-foot notification radius for this, being one of those unique instances that I think it does potentially impact a lot of people.
I would think 1,000 feet would be very appropriate for SB 23.
Any further comment?
I agree.
That's fine with me.
I mean, I almost wonder if you shouldn't just notice the city. It's huge. I don't know why.
Well, that's with me. The reality is, I believe that this SB 23 has an effect to the entire city. Those 3 blocks are going to be identified later in the housing element, along with probably 13 or 14 other housing element properties that are going to be involved in the housing element. We have we have the Pioneer Square PSQ project going there along the corridor there where the train is going to be going through the Gold Line. Every portion of this city is going to be affected by what's going on with that downtown area. And I believe that a lot of folks in both the north end of town and the south end of town are going to want to be involved, or once they start finding out about the housing element. So I believe in this particular case, and I know that it's a big dollar, but the reality is the entire city, all the residents should be notified, noticed. That's my opinion. You guys do what you want to do, but I'm going to move that we should be notifying the entire city for SB 23.
Marco or Chris, does anyone have a number mathematically on what that is? If postage is like 50 cents and there's 12,500 folks, was that like 6,500 or something like that?
We also have to include if any of those are rentals. So we would notify the property owner plus the tenant in those spaces. Plus we notify all the apartments and all their tenants. So the number is pretty significant up there. But if you said 12,000 right now, just as a general number.
12,563.
No, well, no, we're talking probably maybe a little bit over $6,000.
Yeah, I was being facetious, but as I'm listening to what the mayor's saying and reflecting on just the history of this, I do agree. Some people did say a minimum of 1,000 feet notification in the callers. I do know when PSQ, when Pioneer Square was brought up, there were people all over town that had an interest in the discussion. And I do think that these 3 parcels are important to the community as a whole. So if I heard you make a motion, Mayor, which I think I did, I'll give you a second on that.
Thank you. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Deborah, would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Viana,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Yes.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Thank you. I truly believe that this particular area is going to totally have some effect on the entire city, the corridor and everything. And I think that more people are going to be wanting to get involved. We also heard a couple of call-inners, people who called in, don't remember their names. They wanted to know how we were going to handle the housing element. And these properties are going to affect the housing element, whether we want to believe it or not. They are going to have some effect, in that whole downtown corridor is going to be what. So I just, I realize it's a big ticket item, but I think this is the time that we need to face it and start looking at, because the housing element is going to be coming up within the next year. Thank you. We'll go on to the next thing, information on establishing a public health department. Chris?
I'm going to try.
Brad McKinney.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Brad McKinney, Assistant City Manager. Brief report on this. Due to the current pandemic and any future pandemics, at the December 8th City Council meeting, the Council requested information pertaining to what functions or burdens would be placed or delegated to the city if the city were to create its own public health department, how the city currently pays for the county public health officer services, and is there any activity from neighboring cities inquiring about creating a public health department. As background, the city of San Dimas has utilized the County of Los Angeles to provide public health services since the incorporation of the city. The city of San Dimas adopted the County of Los Angeles Health Code and adopted San Dimas Municipal Code 8.04.030, which provides that the LA County Health Officer shall carry out and enforce all health code and public health matters in San Dimas. San Dimas can elect to take back this authority from the county by adopting an ordinance. However, the earliest that can legally take effect is July 1st of 2021. Additionally, taking back the responsibility from the county to carry out and enforce public health laws involve a state accredited process and would involve a large expense for San Dimas, and likely the creation of a new city department to handle all of the numerous legal requirements and duties of a public health officer. The report attached to the staff report provides a sense of the responsibilities San Dimas would have to undertake if the city took the health officer authority from the county. The county is currently funded to provide the health officer services to the city through a direct assessment to our residents and businesses via the property tax roll. Our residents and businesses are assessed 1% property tax on assessed value of home, building, and or land at the time of purchase, and any annual increase based on the revised assessed valuation are limited no more than 2% per Prop 13. Of the 1% collected, 26.44% of those collections are distributed to the county to be used according to what is laid out in their budget. The county's 2021 budget lists health and sanitation services, which encompasses the Department of Public Health. It makes up 32% of the county's budget. Of the approximate $5.6 billion in assessed valuation of San Dimas properties, roughly $14.8 million is appropriated to the LA County for their services. And based on the county's budget, roughly $4.7 million of taxes assessed on San Dimas property owners is used for health and sanitation services by the county. And according to our property and sales tax consultants, HDL, it's highly unlikely that if the city were to create its own public health department, it would have any effect on the amount of property tax that is distributed to the county for the services. If we were to create our own health department, it would we'd have to be funded through the general fund or federal and state grants. In an effort to get additional information on the funding requirements associated with having a public health officer at a department, we contacted the city of Pasadena, and according to Pasadena, their pre-pandemic health officer department budget was roughly $15.5 million, which is almost all competitively grant funded. Pasadena indicated that they leverage other city departments to fulfill obligations that are mandated for a health department or health officer. And these departments included their police, fire, and paramedic services, which all provide in-kind contributions to the overall Pasadena Health Department and Pasadena's health officer. Pasadena also indicated that due to the competitive nature, competitive grants required to fund the department, the city has dedicated positions such as city attorneys and city accountants, nurses, just for the public health department. And although the financial obligation is not the only concern when looking at creating a public health department, they are very significant. And due to most public health funds coming from grants, the elimination of available grants or non-award because of the competitive nature of the grants would put the city in a position to have to choose what services to provide to the community. And given the available city resources, funding a city-operated public health department would be mandatory, which could leave other non-mandated services and programs subject to less funding or elimination at the worst case. Staff also reached out to the city of West Covina per discussion at that council meeting regarding news that they were looking at creating their own public health officer. I had a meeting with the city manager, West Covina, and they have entered into a 6-month agreement with Valley Physicians Medical Group for consulting services related to exploring options for establishing a local health department. West Covina is in the initial stages of discussion, and the agreement is being offered from Valley Physicians Medical Group at no cost. I also contacted the city of Laverne, Claremont, Glendora, and Pomona to see if there was any movement on creating a health department, and all of them indicated that there wasn't at that time, but they would be interested in West Covina's analysis. Moving forward, staff plans to remain in discussions, and West Covina has offered to provide updates on their findings over the next 6 months. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council discuss this report and information and provide any further direction to staff. And this concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You know, I think it's really unrealistic to think that we would do our own health department. And the packet that we have, the very last part of it, there's 51 pages of responsibilities that the health department has. It's just not this COVID-19 thing. And this is the health officers in California code. And I don't know if we want to take money out of our general fund to have a health department when the health department that the county has is doing, I would think, an excellent job. I mean, if you're reading the papers, the closing of the restaurants and things are probably a needed activity. And I'm not sure we should have staff waste any more time dealing with this. Maybe just follow what West Covina is doing. But West Covina is in such financial problems, if you read the paper, that they won't be able to afford to do anything. They're having a hard time just with their regular budget right now.
I will agree with you about following West Covina. I don't know. I don't have enough information at this point to assess whether it is or is not viable, because if we were going to seriously dig into this deeper, I'd want to know how frequently our citizens benefit from the Department of Public Health. What I have heard during the pandemic is there's not enough health inspectors to respond in a timely manner to conduct enforcement. And there's a lot of challenges as it relates to complaints being investigated, as well as the alcohol and tobacco programs that they have and how frequently we're actually seeing them out here. I am familiar with the broad brush of what the health department does beyond COVID-19, and therefore I do wonder if there ever was or could be a place where, if we did prioritize some of the public health issues, that we could get better services if we offered them. That being said, I do agree with you that at this point it's too early to assess that, and be it that West Covina has a free consultant, I would be supportive of not having staff waste any more time other than to maybe report back to us in 90 days with any update they may have from the city of West Covina on where they're at, given the fact that I think they have to make a decision by July if they were so choose to create their own department. I don't think that's realistic for us in the next 12 months, let alone 6 months. But I do think it is worth monitoring and seeing. You know, who knows? Maybe crazier things have happened. Joint Power Authorities have been formed over crazier things.
I think your statement is realistic, and I agree with you not to have staff dealing with this except for follow what West Covina is doing and get the information from them. It would be nice to know what other cities are doing.
Agree.
Yep, I agree with what you guys said.
Yeah, I've had conversation with the mayor of West Covina, who reached out when they started this thing, and they really have taken a proactive stance on trying to get some information. But I 100% agree, this is a huge task for us to look at this point. And I know that Brad has a good rapport with the city manager over in West Covina, so monitoring it should not be that difficult of a thing. So if Brad would just continue with his communications with them, I don't think it's going to take much of his time.
No.
I'd be comfortable.
I agree.
I know, before we wrap this up, do we need to hear from the public?
Jeff?
Yes, we should. We have a member who's raising their hand as well.
Okay, members of the audience, to speak, please use the raise hand feature for public comments. If calling in from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If using a computer, please locate raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to make a public comment at this time, please select the raised hand feature. Mayor, we have a couple members. First one, Amanda, please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
So first off, you've already said my name, but Amanda, I would like to kind of point something out, and if the staff is going to do any further reports or look up any other information on that, I think it would be important to indicate and point out that our city not only contract with LA County Health Department, we also contract with LA County Sheriff and I believe LA County Fire. We don't have our own city-run police department. We do not have our own city-run fire or emergency services, which all of the surrounding cities that were referenced in the agenda packet do. So Laverne does, Glendora does, West Covina does. West Covina currently has its own police, fire, and emergency department, but they are currently struggling to pay them and to meet contract. And they, back in, I believe, July, were being called to actually remove that and instead go into a contract like our city does, just because they weren't able to keep up and there was a lot of problem. I know Laverne and Glendora were both having similar issues. So I think that's something that really is important, is if you actually have a public health department, does that also mean you need to shift away from your contract with the LA County Sheriff as well as LA County Fire? And then you have to account that cost in with the city as well, because those are constantly negotiated contracts and hiring and all of this. And it also puts a lot more pressure on the city to keep that and make sure that those services are meeting the standards of residents as well. I just really think this is impractical. I do understand a lot of businesses are very frustrated. In fact, on a social media group, businesses were actually notifying there was a health inspector here in Bonita, in our downtown area, and they even listed her car in her car color. It's a very dangerous concept. So again, I understand the frustration. I have friends that are business owners in San Dimas, and it just isn't a comfortable position to be in for them, and it hasn't been fair to them. But again, as a city, we're just not in that position to provide those services, and it would literally bankrupt us like it has bankrupted several other surrounding cities in regards to just their police and fire. So that's something to consider. I would say if you're going to watch West Covina, you also need to consider that price and see if that's a requirement for having our own public health department. Thank you, and that's it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean C. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Rather than going it alone, I would like to see if possible we maybe join in a venture with cities adjacent to us. Pasadena and Long Beach have their own health department, and I feel that we should go our own way in terms of a health department close to home rather than one that represents too many cities and unincorporated areas of LA County. Mayor Tony Wu from West Covina had expressed interest in the city. Now they're are forming a 6-month agreement with Valley Physicians Medical Group Incorporated. There has been talk about other cities possibly teaming up with cities like ours. I think this is an idea worth delving into. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Next, we have Julie S. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now. It looks like Julie put her hand down, so...
No.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead, Julie. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. I'm kind of frustrated because, this issue came up because of the pandemic. And we had business owners that seemed to be part of Ryan's base that brought this up. And I was very surprised to see it on the agenda tonight because it's not feasible. I mean, we went down the agenda items at one of the meetings. I think it was a 96-cent raise or something in one of the things, and that was shot down because Ryan thought that, you know, we don't need any additional taxes, or we don't need any additional costs. And yet here we are talking about putting our own health department in, which is so unreasonable at this point. And I looked at the agenda tonight, and I think there should be greater consideration what goes on the agenda. We can't just try to feed a certain group of people in town because they're the squeaky wheel. I mean, people are important. Their livelihoods are important. This is COVID. We're talking about a person is dying every 6 minutes. And we have people talking about getting their hair done and keeping their business going. And I understand their businesses are very important to them, but we've got greater issues right now. And talking about having our own health department is something that is not anything that we should be talking about right now. There are such other issues that we need to take care of. So I suggest that in the future, maybe Mayor Badar and the rest of the city council could look at some of these agenda items. I mean, here we are at almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I think we could have better use of our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that is all the public comments at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to...
Amen, Julie.
Back to Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you're saying let's go to E, waste management update. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what I was going to.
Just a point of order then to close this item. I would move that staff brings this back with an update in 90 days and not expend any other energy in between now and then other than to be able to provide just an update that could very much just be an insert of or an update to this staff report back to council on what progress, if any, West Covina has made for council just to receive and file, if nothing else.
I second that.
Deborah, can we have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner, Councilmember Ebner,
Sorry about that. Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Aye.
Motion carries 550 vote.
All right. Now we'll go to Chris Constantine, city manager, for waste management update, if any.
Since we already talked about the notice that we provided to waste management, there's no need to actually provide any more updates. What we'll do is we'll keep this on the agenda, and if anything comes up of note, we'll talk about it. If not, we'll pass it.
All right. Any questions or anything for Chris? All right. We'll move to COVID-19 update, a verbal report by Chris Constantine.
So as you probably have already read, the data is just exponentially growing, and we've been facing quite a large amount of increase in cases and deaths in San Dimas. Vaccinations, the county's site has a breakdown of their estimates of when they will be providing vaccinations. We're currently in phase 1A, which predominantly includes healthcare workers, and in some cases, public safety workers. We are not yet in phase 1B, but we estimate that we will be in 1B somewhere in February, and these are all estimates again from the county, with at least one dose being given to everybody in phase 1B by late March. And then phase 1B includes 2 tiers, and so we're pretty much looking at folks that are over the age of 65 and are above that of a risk of exposure at any workplace that they may be in. So in the areas of education, childcare, emergency services, transportation. In terms of where our government workers would receive access to these vaccines, to the extent that they don't qualify for one of the first few categories, we may not see our first dose until anywhere between March and May, and if that, and then the second dose is coming in by the early summertime. Phase 2, which is just proposed by the county, includes everybody without any high risk designation. We're looking at about summertime, so it's probably going to be about summertime before the entire community has access to the vaccine. In terms of where those vaccines can be deployed, next week we will be meeting with the Council of Governments, the city manager groups, to talk about, to hear from the public health officer and hear more about the vaccines, their deployment, and in that case we'll be asking what could we do to help facilitate the deployment of these vaccines. There's a lot of infrastructure that they require to do so, so it would be something we would have to evaluate if we want to participate in that. But we do know that a variety of drugstores are already in preparations for deploying those vaccines. In terms of our local condition, we still ask people to support our businesses and shop and eat locally, practice safe protocols like we are here at City Hall. And I've discussed, or I've actually sent out an email to our senior staff, and I've asked that while I know that we're very well prepared for a variety of scenarios involving the COVID virus, I'm asking them to put together a catastrophic critical services only plan because of the dramatic increase in cases. I think we need to be ready in case the worst case scenario occurs, even though I don't think it's going to be a high likelihood. It may be a moderate likelihood. We at least should be prepared so that services are being provided to the public. So with that, I'll give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for Chris?
The only question I have or comment is, well, it's a question general, why it's taking so long to roll these out. I work in Orange County, and they're already into phase, we just had a meeting today, they're into phase 1B and going on to the start of 2. And I don't understand why it's rolling out so slowly in LA County. So I was just wondering, I am really unclear about what the health department's criteria are to move from one phase to the other. Orange County and other counties seem to be doing sort of an overlapping kind of thing where they obviously go from tier 1A and they're going whole hog on that. But if it starts tapering off or they're just not getting people to walk in, they don't just sit around and try to encourage more people in 1A to come in. They start getting 1B people going. And LA County seems to be, and this is Chris, I would just like to understand what the process actually is. Because I've heard different things. One thing I heard almost sounded like they just weren't going to go to 1B until they've got everybody in 1A. And that may be hard to do. So when you talk about summertime for people, I believe they were trying to get, Orange County was like March. So anyway, really curious on what our methodology is there.
These are estimates from the county, and public safety wasn't included in the earlier tiers, but I hear in some instances they are getting it. And so I do not know the answer to that question in terms of what exactly their criteria is. And my hope is that next week, when the health officer comes and talks, that's a question that can be answered.
Okay, thank you.
I can clarify just from my professional experience with this that the sheriff's department is considered 1B. However, paramedics and those that serve in those roles, like our emergency services detail paramedics, are considered medical providers. Therefore, they received vaccination under 1A, but the department generally is a 1B deployment. So it's not being rolled out at large at this time. One point to Chris, just on COVID-19 and what you brought up. When COVID-19 came about in March of 2020 or so, the city went through a number of discussions. One of them was looking at our continuity of government plans. You jogged my memory. I think there was supposed to be some updates to those. They were supposed to be looked at and they were going to be brought back at some time. Maybe that sometime is sometime soon. But nevertheless, you might take a look at that, dust them off, and see if there's anything in there that makes sense that you might be able to bring back and share with council as it relates to our continuity of government plans.
I will find out where it first is before we get to it and make sure we update it for the current environment.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, and Jeff might be able to chime in, but I actually think there were some legal updates as well that had happened and some legal updates that maybe don't apply now, and there might be some language there to be updated too.
Sounds good. In terms of the Gold Line update, Mr. Mayor, tomorrow the authority is slated to certify the final supplemental EIR to phase 2B. We don't believe we have anything else we need to put on the record, but I intend to speak to still advocate for any of the higher level of parking in our core because of the risk of the spillover that could occur from folks coming down all three freeways that are around us and using San Dimas as their launching point onto the system. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. And once again, welcome to San Dimas. And I might note that we don't normally have these 1 o'clock meetings, so you must have brought it with you. We're hoping that we can start to streamline and figure out how we can do that in a better to serve the community, because we do have lots of folks staying up listening to this, so hopefully we can get these down to something more reasonable as we move through the agenda package.
It will be a partnership, and I commit to try to find a way to do that, yes.
Okay. Members of the council members' reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency.
Point of order, Mayor, oral communication, sir.
I apologize. We'll open it up for oral communications.
And I will note that there is one individual that is receiving an ADA accommodation, and John's aware of that individual.
Members of the audience, to speak, please use the raise hand feature for public comments. If calling in from a phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If using a computer, please locate raise hand feature under participants or reactions at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to make a public comment now, please select the raised hand feature. Mayor, we currently have one member who've raised their hand.
Okay.
Amanda, please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes that starts now.
Again, it's Amanda. So I would like to point out, so now that it's the end of the meeting, in regards to the commissions, that despite Mr. Viana stating that was not an attack, he continues to state the process is not correct, that it's stacking the councils with people in a previous meeting. He even indicated that he was very concerned that only one group of the community was applying. This in itself is quite discouraging to anybody in our city, no matter, what political affiliation, whether you agree with one council member or another council member or whatever it is. It's very discouraging for anybody within the city to apply. And it in itself is hinting towards a hostile work environment for anybody who is chosen. So I just really want since the council decided to push this off, I really want the council to really sit down and consider that. So you're arguing back and forth about, this council member and his daughter-in-law, and since it was already labeled and named Isabel Ebner, it's being targeted in this in order to push an agenda through, which, I guess whatever it is, what it is at this point now, we're pretty far in with this for several months. So I want to remind people. So the original applications were sent in September. It is now January. And we are now pushing this off for another 90 days, another 3 months maximum. And at that point, that doesn't mean you've already interviewed and placed people on it. So I do have a question. I would like to inquire whether there's a time limit for which the city must legally fill position that they have already advertised. So I know for a lot of businesses that is the case. Once you advertise a position is open and available, you must fill it within a certain amount of time. There's a legal obligation to do that. Many of those who have originally applied sent in applications in, again, September 2020. This seems unfair to those people that are placing their time on hold for something that was supposed to be resolved before the new year even started. Again, now we're finding Parks and Recreation can't function. So you guys did not actually clarify that. So I would like clarification in your closing comments from John and the mayor. Can the Parks and Recreation Commission, as of right now, which is currently 3 people out of 7 positions, with the current rules and regulations and the laws, can it actually meet and conduct business? Or are we actually completely stopping Parks and Recreation, the Public Safety Commission? Are we actually stopping these commissions and the actual government operation, again, to continue arguing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? So we're stopping our government from working in order to argue about this. So again, if somebody could please clarify that, because as a resident, I'm a little bit concerned that, now we will not see anything from Parks and Rec. They can't meet to discuss, park plans or equipment or any of this stuff, unless you're saying city is going to bypass that and instead council is just going to decide everything instead of relying on a committee that's supposed to be doing that, which is our check and balances. So that's just very confusing the way you guys decided to do that. So if you could please provide clarification in your closing comment, that would be fantastic. I know you're not required to, but it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Mayor, there is no one else. I apologize. We have one more that just came on.
Okay.
Julie S. Please state your name for the record, and your 5 minutes starts now.
I listened to some of the people talking, and I just want to make a couple more comments because I really want people to understand what the timeline is here. The reason that we've spent so much time on this agenda tonight is because 2 of the items were brought up by one of the city council members here. We need to do housekeeping. We need to take the 20-year-old rules and we need to go through them and we need to clean them up and we need to make them current. But the one agenda item that was on there now is the agenda item that we've been talking about ad nauseum for the last couple of meetings. And that's because in the timeline, you had one of the city council members have an issue with one of the family members, and then he decided to vilify that family member, and then he decided to go after his wife, and then he decided to go after the other council member, and then he decided to go after the family as a whole, and then he decided to bring this up as an agenda item to make it a blanket agenda item, not just with nepotism, but add a couple of other things so it doesn't look like we're focusing on the nepotism issue, because he has an issue with people who don't agree with him being involved in the city, which is absolutely ridiculous. So let's just keep things clear. Let's look at the timeline here. Let's look at the issues that we need to address and address those issues for the good of the whole city. But then let's also remember why we're still here. We're still here because they're stuck on an issue that may not have been an issue before, may not be an issue in the future, could be an issue in the future. It is good to have some rules in place, but that's not why we've brought this to everyone's attention. So I'm very saddened that you had great applicants and you could have filled these positions before, and you chose not to fill these positions because Ryan stopped the process, went into a nepotism clause, went into this long process. When you could have had those positions filled, you could have had consistency in the process, and you could have continued with the city's work, which is very important. And he stopped the city process, not COVID. This has stopped the city process. As a former commissioner, I'm telling you, nepotism is not going to be that large of an issue. It's that one person cannot control everything. Even if they're related to someone else, there are things in place to keep this from happening. This should not be the focus of our time. We have greater issues. Do the housekeeping, clean up the rules, have something that is put in place if there's something that happens. Be clear with the new commissioners, send them to training, give them their protocol, make sure things are followed. If you want to look at something that's related to nepotism, that's influencing everything we do in our city right now, you have 3 people that are completely connected by their employment. You have 3 police officers that influence almost everything in every decision that this city does now because they are a quorum on our city council, and that is an issue. The people that influence them now influence everything in our city. That's a greater issue than nepotism from someone's daughter-in-law that's not even related in the same house that could possibly contribute something positive in our city. We need to stay focused here. This is ridiculous that we are spending this much time to do these simple things in our city. There shouldn't be a 90-day process into going into something just to review our what's good and what's bad in our policies and move on. We really need to stop doing this every city council meeting. He, Ryan, cannot bring things in from his base or his political agendas and try to influence in this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sean C. Please state your name for the record, and your 5 minutes starts now.
I would like to thank the City Council tonight and working together and making the meeting less tension-induced. Hopefully we can continue on this dynamic and leave 2020's contentious meetings behind. I would like to correct the record for the most part about a comment made about the city in the past in regards to generally getting out information out to the community. One remembers about the Walnut Creek issue. Residents of Villa Verde had to work together and inform the rest of the residents of Villa Verde about Walnut Creek being turned into a recreation area. We won in the end, and now we are keeping an eye on that piece of land. To suffice it to say, residents were very angry in the city not reaching out to the public about this. Dare I say, Care Meridian project. I'm pretty sure there were a lot of residents near the Vaughn Shopping Center who were upset with the lack of communication from the council. I also find it funny that a certain caller referred to small business owners as in San Dimas as being Ryan's base when we have businesses shutting down or not being able to pay rent with no help from above. I just think it's very below the belt comment to refer to small business owners as that. I think I remember the comment about tone deafness last year in one of the meetings. It's a very interesting projection. Other than that, I hope that we get the ball rolling on getting a virtual town hall on the newly passed California Privacy Rights Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. John?
That is all that we have for public comments at this point.
Thank you. City Manager, any further comments?
I'm just honored to be here and part of this team.
City Attorney?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to use my time tonight to welcome Chris Constantine as city manager, like a number of others have done tonight. It's been nice working with him for the first week or so of his tenure, and I look forward to much more.
Members of the City Council, council members' reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency. Hearing none, City Council requests for future items, comments, or updates.
Well, I have a comment. I just want to thank Chris Constantine, welcoming him to the city of San Dimas. And I hope tonight wasn't too much and decided to leave us. As the mayor said, we'll try to get this under control. The two other things I wanted to make a comment about is that I was happy to hear the city manager talk about parking at the Gold Line station in San Dimas. This is extremely important because where we are located with the freeways, we could have a lot of traffic. And the other point is I'm happy that the city council doesn't want to spend any money going after a health department, but just have our staff find out what's happening with other cities and keeping us aware. That's it. And congratulations, Chris, for surviving one city council meeting.
Eric?
Of course, welcome, Chris. Jump on that bandwagon. It's going to be an honor to work with you. Really looking forward to it and see what good stuff we can do for the city. I also wanted to recognize some excellent work in the community by the Gene and Robert Olander Education Foundation. 2021 is the 10th year that they've awarded scholarships to our San Dimas students. And with that being said, the foundation is awarding a total of $29,000 in scholarships this year. Just a couple of, I doubt anybody's awake, it's school night, right? But applicants must be graduating from San Dimas High School, have attended San Dimas High School for at least grades 11 and 12, have a cumulative GPA of 2.5 or higher, and plan to attend a 2-year or 4-year college or university full-time, or enroll in a vocational or trade school program full-time. And then to piggyback on that, something that I'm very thankful for the foundation for stepping up and doing. Some of the regulars that watch our council meetings may recall a resident calling in a few months ago saying that her father was a San Dimas resident and a nurse who contracted COVID-19 and subsequently died. At the time, I didn't quite know what it was that we could put together, but later I met with Gene and Bob and discussed with them an idea of a memorial scholarship in honor of Ernesto Victor Soto Santos, or Kuya John, in honor of his name. And I'm so grateful for Gene and Bob's work that they put in on this. They took the idea and put the program together on a very short notice, and the scholarship is ready to be awarded this year. And that's fantastic. I mean, normally these things administratively take a while to put together, so I'm very happy about that. The scholarship is open to San Dimas High School students, meeting the same criteria as the other scholarships they normally award. But it's for students who are pursuing a career in the healthcare field, such as a registered nurse, licensed vocational nurse, healthcare technician, etc., or their family's been seriously affected by COVID-19. So a very cool addition to their education foundation, that memorial scholarship in his name. I hope that it's a great way to honor and remember John and have his story inspire a generation of young adults to enter a very rewarding and especially right now, a vitally important career in healthcare. So I'm going to have more information about both of those scholarship programs, again, because it's pretty late, posted on my council Facebook page. If anybody has any questions, they request that questions be directed to an email, sdsaints@aol.com, and then put in the subject line Olander Educational Foundation. They'll get back to you with any answers to your questions. Thank you again to Gene and Bob for all of your support you provided the community. It really makes a difference, and it's making a difference where it matters the most right here in our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. John?
Well, thanks, Eric. Boy, I tell you, that's your part in that is really appreciated, and thanks for telling us about it. Let's see here. I had a few things, but I'm gonna not do most of them. The one thing I will respond to the caller who asked about the Parks and Recreation. I'll try to just briefly mention that with a full roster or a quorum, the Parks and Recreation staff, the Parks and Recreation Commission does get staff items brought to them that they discuss and often vote on. So in the past, things like the dog park, Horsetooth Canyon Park, skate park, trees, they usually do a top 10 capital plan, capital projects that they want us, that they prioritize. They vote on those kinds of things. They weigh in on the budget, and it's a partnership between staff, the director of Parks and Recreation, who puts these things together with the rest of his department. And so we will hear from Jay about Christmas or Easter kind of stuff. Well, there's a lot of people, and I see some on this call, like Margie Green, for example, was on the Parks and Recreation Commission a while back. Julie Salazar was, and just so many great members. So all of that we can't do right now, and that's fine. So we won't be able to do that. It's now going to be an informational group for the next 90 days or until we settle this out. And I'm fine with that. You just got to go with whatever is, whatever you're dealt. And so it'll be informational. They can't give official recommendations or react to to the council. They can't give direction. I would say direction, but because they don't do that. But they can't. I guess the Parks and Rec staff or director, at least, an assistant director, and those guys took seriously what the full commission would suggest and liked bouncing ideas off of them. And it's been that way through all the Parks and Rec directors we've had over the years. And so now it will basically be the three members can receive information from staff if staff wants to provide it. And I usually, I'm the liaison. I do not vote in those meetings. I do not speak most of the time. I just listen because I answer questions. But sometimes if the meeting isn't quite progressing, I'll weigh in and say, here's how to get us back on track or something. But so I'm the liaison. I'm not typically the one who takes their recommendations. Their recommendations go straight to the Parks and Rec director, on to the city manager, then to the city council. But with this new way of doing it, I will take what the three members have to say, and I'll bring them forward if they have any ideas for budget items or anything else that's really important. But I'll work with staff to see what kind of meeting schedule we want to have. So that's that. I hope that answers the question, and you can always call me if you would like to hear more about that. I always like to talk about it. I'm going to skip everything here, actually. Yeah, except to welcome Chris to the ship. And we really appreciate Brad steering the ship all those months. He really took us through a lot of, different kind of times, challenging. And I'm impressed with Chris stepping in, and he seems to just be able to pick up the reins and jump on the galloping horse, and away we go. So thanks, Chris, for sticking it out this meeting. And of course, that is your job. So glad you did it. But we'll see you at the next one. And lastly, I do appreciate the Zoom meeting. I think it went pretty well. For one thing, at home here, I can hear everybody very well. Hope you can hear me. I can see everybody. It's a little hard. I used to be on the phone. I could eat whenever I wanted to, but I got to go off camera to do that now. But anyway, I do appreciate everybody doing the Zoom meeting, and especially those who are a little hesitant. Thank you very much. I think it worked out okay. And that's it for now.
Thank you, John. Ryan?
First and foremost, Happy New Year to the community. Happy New Year to staff. Glad to see you guys, and we're getting through our first meeting of the year. So we're almost there. Welcome to Chris. It's hopefully, as the mayor pointed out and others, we don't continue to go till 1:15 in the morning. Maybe be a little more reasonable, like midnight or something. I don't know what reasonable is, but anyways, I'm sure we'll figure out that battle rhythm before long. Thank you, Brad, for everything that you've done and you continue to do. It's awesome to see all of you guys here with a whole new team as we start 2021. So I'm very hopeful for the city staff moving forward. I think most of the pieces of the puzzle are there for an awesome team and for new chapters ahead to be written. So I very much look forward to all of the great work that's going to come from the city. I know it will. Just past behavior is an indicator of future behavior, and you guys have been doing great. So Amanda Lee talked about earlier, as she mentioned, just a reminder, the George Washington chapter of DMLA will be hosting a food drive this Sunday at the San Dimas Masonic Lodge. That's at 220 North Monte Vista here in the city of San Dimas between the hours of 12 noon and 4 p.m. So if you've got any canned goods or anything like that, please bring them down over there. You can drop them off. There'll be COVID protocols being followed. And the idea is all of the food will benefit the Salvation Army that serves this area, as well as Pomona and some of the East San Gabriel Valley. So as was mentioned, I'm co-chairing that event with a member of DMLA, Caden Gutierrez. And I can't tell you how much work or how cool it's been collaborating with the Masons and the DMLA and all these other stakeholders, Rotary, that have come together to put this event together. I'm very much looking forward to it. And thank you to everyone that's involved with that. For staff, if possible, I am interested. I know Mr. Sean Cazares brought up the California Privacy Rights Act. I'd be interested if perhaps maybe you could reach out to Senator Portantino's office and ask if his office or Marco, his representative, might be able to put together maybe a Zoom meeting perhaps with the senator or maybe his staff to kind of highlight Prop 24 and what that means to the people in our city. Or if staff wants to do it, that would be pretty cool too. But I would appreciate if you could follow up on that and let me know if we can do something to educate the community on what exactly Prop 24 did now that it's been passed. And the last thing is, I know somebody mentioned it, and I really don't want to get too deep into it. As Councilman Ebner withheld some comments, I'm going to withhold some of my own. But I will say this, that I did make a statement on my social media as it related to the actions at the Capitol. I know a member of the community, I think Mr. Anderley asked about that. You can refer to my little statement on my social media, but generally speaking, I think what occurred on that day in history is reprehensible. It's unacceptable, and it should not have happened. I look forward to hopefully a year of unity this year as we move forward in 2021, and working together with my colleagues here on the council and the community so that we can really get the people's business done and really focus on what we need to do, which is take care of San Dimas. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, there's several things that are going on. We will get through these things, and we will get through them as we progress. I realize that sometimes there's frustration with but you know, bringing 5 people together sometimes going in the right direction is sometimes a little difficult, but we're going to do it. And we're hearing members of the community, and we're hearing people who have really started to take an active role in voicing their opinion, and I appreciate that, and please continue. Okay, one thing here is most folks are going to get ready and go to bed, but I want you to know that your city council is now going to close out the regular scheduled city council meeting and go into closed session. And I'm not sure how long that's going to take, but it's a closed session matter dealing with conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Governor Code Section 54956.9D1. It's the same name of the case as San Dimas versus Johnson. Okay, we had one member, or at least a couple of members of council, or not council, of the community requested that we close the meeting tonight in honor of Brian D. Sedgwick, a Capitol police officer that was killed last Wednesday. And additionally, we have a member of our community who, Loopy, who is the founder and mother who worked, ran La Via Kitchen up in Villa Verde. Unfortunately, she lost, her bout like 2 days before Christmas. And I just want to say that if you've never been to La Via Kitchen, she was a hallmark there, and her family and the community has really truly missed somebody. So I'd like to close the meeting in her honor, as well as Brian D. Sedgwick. I'll entertain a closing.
So moved.
Take care. We're going to go into closed session in 10 minutes.
We reconvene from 10-minute recess. You'll be put into a breakout room for your closed session item. And then upon completion, you'll then be brought back into the public meeting to finish up the remainder for the night.
Do we have to use the other link for this?
No, just go ahead and stay here, and I will direct you from where you're at.
Okay, thank you.
After 10 minutes. for the broadcast?
We are not.
Okay. All right. You are back. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, John. We're just reporting out to the public right now that the City Council did meet in closed session to discuss the one litigation item on the agenda, City of San Dimas versus Johnson. Staff discussed that item with the council, and council gave direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken. And that concludes our meeting tonight.
Everybody have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, John.